Welcome, everyone. This is Saturday Evening Chats, episode number 70, and we're going to talk some reloading. Um, Hopefully, I have a couple links out to JH586 and to Kyle Lusk. Hopefully, they'll be able to jump in. They're from the Georgia Shooting Connection, and they do a lot of reloading. So every Friday evening, they host a reloading chat, and so I reached out to them to try maybe doing a reloading 101. Kind of here's the basics of getting into this. We have Mr. DM Foss, the co-host extraordinaire,
Good afternoon.
and we have with us tonight Mr. Jason Stewart. Welcome.
Hey man, thanks for the invite, man. Hopefully I can help out a little bit.
Yeah. So um, there may be people out in the crowd that are interested in reloading, or maybe have thought about um, getting into reloading, or maybe you're just like, screw it, I'll not worry about it. Um, I've been contemplating getting into the reloading game for around 3-4 years. Um, I've done a lot of research on different presses, and you know everything. So I kind of narrowed down kind of like three main brands of presses um, that I've looked at a lot, and so we'll kind of talk pros and cons. I think Jason's probably got a little experience, and I think Foss has got a little experience with reloading, and so
Very
we'll
little.
talk what we know. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I have very little. All all I've done because I got into it kind of at the wrong time, at the beginning of the nonsense. Um, so all I've done is deprime. Um, that's as far as I've got.
Well, I've got I've got some I've got 400 primers that I got to drive up to you, since I'm not going to pay the extraordinary fee to have it shipped like 4 hours away. So, um, Mr. Jason, you want to talk a little bit about of uh, how much experience you have?
Sure. I've been doing it just for about a year. I've been getting things for about a year. Uh, but I was interested in it for a while, but before that. But I've really enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of stuff to buy, and you just really don't need to be overwhelmed with it. Uh, it can be made to be really fun, really simple, or it can be frustrating. You know, um, we were talking earlier. There's so many different ways to reload, so many different choices and equipment and brands and whatnot. Um, you kind of gonna just have to 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 get out and experience, get in the water and do it to find out what you really need and what you really like to do. So um, it's going to be a lot of acquiring of parts, tools, and things that you need. But you can gradually work your way into it, and you can learn as you go. So it's a hobby, and like I was mentioned earlier, like especially through the Georgia Shooting Connections, you meet a lot of good people. You learn a lot, and it's really not. extremely complicated, really. Uh, Once you get into it, once you start learning and learn the terminology of what people are talking about, I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah. So I found out a lot about the Georgia Shooting Connection from Mr. Kingpin, and I know Kingpin is a great wealth of knowledge, even though he won't admit it. Uh, he can point you in the right direction on certain channels to go look at if you have certain interests. Um, so, you know, he may not have the exact answer, but he knows who to send you to, um, which is also helpful, you know. And I wouldn't be doing my show today if it wasn't that Kingpin and Seven Wonders reached out and um, asked me to go live. And I was gonna do it with on Kingpin's channel, but there was a few other people that he was trying to line up, but we couldn't get everything lined up, and so I just reached out to both of them and said, "Hey, let's just go ahead. I'll create a live stream and let's do it." And that was a little over a year ago. Um, so yeah. So I picked the Lee press, and I haven't narrowed it down to any certain press from Lee. This is just so that people can kind of see. Here's what your like beginner presses. You know, this is a lot of what a lot of people reach out to because they are budget friendly. And so if you're not 100% sure that you're going to want to, you know, like, yeah, I'm going to try it, but I don't know if it's really for me. You can go with the Lee and not be out, you know, $1,000 on a press and go, well, crap, now I have to do it till I at least recoup my money, you know. So I am going to screen share if one of you guys want to do a little talking while I run over to the Lee site.
So Jay, what's your setup?
Uh, First of all, I want to say, uh, you, once you have you choose your press, you don't have to be brand loyal. Like if you buy a Lee press or an RCBS press, uh, RCBS dies are going to fit in a Lee press. Lee dies are going to fit in an RCBS press or a Redding or a Lyman. Uh, Certain different tools you use, they don't have to be all from the same company, the same brand. But that being said, a majority of everything I own is the RCBS brand items. You know, some people call it like Dylan, you drinking the blue Kool-Aid and everything you own is Dylan and everything, you know, that's fine. But I just want to make that point. It's, you know, like Lee, just because they're cheap doesn't mean that they're junk or anything. And like I said, you can buy like Lee dies and use them in an RCBS press. Uh, there, it, there's nothing wrong with Lee at all. They're pretty popular because they are cheaper. But if you just go out and you look and you see, compare the different companies and their products, they're all within reason. Like if they say, "Oh, well, this company's more expensive. I don't like it." It's not that much more expensive. $20, $15. So when people try to compare the stuff as cheapest to expensive, it's not that big a range. What you're looking for is a product that's going to suit your needs and do what you want to do. So, you know, if it's a Lee or a Lyman or whatever, you know, that's good. It's up to you.
So we got some comments out in the crowd, and Midnight brings up a good point that um, like if you know somebody who already reloads, talking to them and maybe watching them uh, do some reloading, maybe offering to buy some supplies so that they can help you reload. Maybe you'll find out if you like it or not. That is an option also. Nisha says that if you want to reload, just get a progressive. It's more cost, but pays off in the long run. But like Jason and I and Foss were talking about pre-show, progressives are great if you're going to do, like handgun calibers, or if you're going to do, just plinking rifle ammo. But if you're going to go and try to get into like precision rifle shooting, or you want to be able to like do some good hunting rounds, a lot of the reloaders are going to tell you to get a single stage, because you can dial it in a lot more than you will on a progressive.
Well, a single stage solid press has less flex in the RAM and the parts when you're doing this. The progressive stuff, is moving around. A lot of things are going. Not that they don't make good ammo, but they are tailored kind of more to plinking ammo. It really falls down into the case prep for a rifle, and the real main purpose you're kind of looking at the Dillon for progressive is a bunch of rounds as fast as you can. You know what I mean? That doesn't really equate to making good rifle ammunition for your rifle. You've done a lot of things just to build and test and do the load for your rifle. You don't want to end up like with the fastest ammo you could possibly make. You know what I mean? It works against itself. But the Lees here that's on your screen, the 4-hole classic turret is highly recommended by about everybody who owns one.
So yeah, we got the turret press, and you've got a value turret and a classic turret.
The classic.
So
with
so
it's
we'll
a
open
better
this.
That's what I have. Is the 4-hole classic.
So you're talking like $200, and then you're gonna be looking at $10 to $15 for the full hole 4-hole turrets.
Well,
Damn.
it comes with one, and you can buy extra. That way, if you're doing other calibers, you can have those quick change turrets set up and just swap everything out instead of having to,
Yeah.
I think Midway has this press for $150, $170.
That's about what I paid. Was I think $150 from Lee.
The press prices have been high the last 6 months, really high. They're starting to come back down.
Yeah, these quick change turrets, those jumped from $10 to I was seeing them for like $30 or more online.
There's a lot of reloading equipment that's still unavailable.
So right now you can do them. You can do the they have it on there for $10, and they say market price is $15. So that is, I guess, an option.
Yeah. Now see, that's the that's a Lee, for that machine. You got to consider stuff like that, like that adapter plate on top to change calibers for like a Dillon or whatever. That's going to be $50 or $100 for that thing probably.
So we go in. People are talking the progressives, and here's some progressives. So these are gonna probably get a little more. The Pro 1000 Auto Breech Lock Pro 4000 kit, Loadmaster reloading. Let's just go with the auto. So I
Yeah,
guess you get to.
I know the one like the 1000 is only a 3-station press. You really don't want to bother with that.
So this one, I guess you choose. It's got 45 ACP Pro 4000 kit, 9 mil, 38 special, 357, 44 special, 44 mag, and
Yeah, when you buy one of these, they're sending you everything you need for that caliber. It's kind of
yeah,
being set up for that caliber.
223, and then auto breech lock pro press only. So you can kind of choose which one you want to go with. Like I want the auto, and I want it in 223. So you can buy that. And then here's what it's going to tell you. Your Pro 4000 kit purchased separately. Your auto breech lock Pro reloading press is 165. LG and the large and small safety prime is $30. The auto drum powder measure is $54. Shell plate $25. Universal case feeder $35. Reloading dies looks like $42. Bin and bracket is $14, and spline drive breech lock brushes are $25. So total, if purchased separately, is like $400, $390. So if you buy the actual kit, they're saying it's like $310. So you're gonna save a little bit of money.
Really, one thing about reloading, I know everybody. It's just like buying a gun; they're hung up on the price. Okay, you kind of got to throw the price out the window and not worry about that. Like you don't want to overpay, of course, but you can't get sticker shock on this because you need so many items and so many things. You got to just make the leap, jump into it. It's going to be expensive, and you're going to be buying stuff for a long time. But it's just like your tools, your first set of tools or your tool set or whatever. You can keep it forever. If you buy it quality once, it should last you, your
Yep.
lifetime.
So right now they have in stock. They have a 44 special, 44 Magnum kit that's all set up, ready to go. That's $330. All of them. So depend if you want the 223, the 45, the 9, or the 38 357. They're all $330. Now, if you just want the press without anything else, and you're gonna buy it, everything else separately, you can get it for $170. So there are options again out there. And I've been missing a hell of a lot of questions. So let's go back and look at some of this. Misha says, yep, most of us are going to be planking, to be honest. And then
I'm
Artex.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Read the comments. Go ahead.
Arjack says Tori will be filling in for me tonight. So go ahead. And what were you going to say?
I'm actually using 2 different single stages right now, and I'm looking to buy maybe a third single stage. Uh, uh, Lee makes some good ones, $150 range, I believe. But a single stage will do every single thing you need. A single stage will do from your pistols to your rifles, and it will do it. I'd love the whole process actually of the single stage. To me, it gets to be relaxing. You can control each step of the way. You don't have to do everything all at once. Like, it's really not that. It's not that big a time consuming. They talk about like these Dillons and every time I pull the handle, I get around. I can make 100 rounds in 15 minutes or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's great. But like, I can sit and go through 500 to 1,000 rounds just resizing them or something, depriming them, resizing them, and not that big a time. Just while you're sitting around listening to YouTube or something, you'd be surprised what a big pile you can do in just like 15 minutes. And you just have to do that for a couple stages, and then you're ready to throw powder and seat your bullet. It's not that big of a process, and I really enjoy the each individual step of it because we haven't even got into it before you even get to reload. Before you even get to the machine, your first step off, you got to clean your brass. So you will have to go through some cleaning steps before you even get to reloading. So like there's some
And
equipment here.
unless you go and buy brand new brass, then you can take it straight from. I mean, there is that option also.
Yeah, but you'll be reloading. Once you have reloading equipment, you'll never let a piece of brass lay on the ground at the range again. You will be more excited about seeing empty brass than you do loaded ammo. Factory ammo, you'll turn your nose up to it. You won't even consider factory ammo. When you look at factory ammo, you're like, I can just mag dump this, get rid of it, and get those cases. That's how you'll think about it. You'll never, once you start reloading and keep your brass and do things, you probably will end up not looking at ammo on the shelf or buying factory ammo for years.
So
The overall thing of it is, uh, reloading, I guess a lot of people get into it before COVID. They talk about the price savings, you know what I mean? And they want to, how much can I save per round in the price savings? We're really not in the times right now of price savings. You could argue that we're in the times of availability or not, and just the knowledge to reload and the availability to do it. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna reload, you're really doing when you decide what round you want to reload for what gun and what's your load that you worked up, you're going to end up with ammunition that is superior to anything you're buying on the shelf. What you make at home is going to be more accurate and work better in your gun than that Federal on the shelf or that Fiocchi or Winchester or whatever. You won't even look at factory ammo as even wanting it again. So that is like the plus. It's like going out to eat at the restaurant or some good old home cooking that you did. You see what I'm saying?
yep. So I threw the link out there, um, and we've got Mr. Mario Mosen. Welcome, Battle Bean.
Hey.
So I know you do a little reloading also, and
Oh
you've
yes.
gotten into it with because of like the Scotsman and Mr. JH586. So um, you want to give
I
us a
got in.
little
I
of
got
your
into it.
background?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for the invite. Good afternoon and good evening to everyone out there. Well, you guys don't know me. I'm Mario Mosen, aka the Battle Bean. Um, Anyways, guys, so we're going to talk a little bit about the reloading and how I got started. For me, it was because I live in the communist state of California, and when they started coming up with this whole ammo background nonsense that they came up with, I said, to me, it was like a wake up call. It's like, you know what? I need to be more self sufficient. I need to be able to take care of myself and not have to depend on retailers to give me the ammo that I need. And that's pretty much how I got started. Um, and I started actually by getting a Lee turret press kit, and I enjoyed it. I think for the most part, everything in that kit is pretty decent. But I would tell you that if you are starting out, I would tell you to start out with an RCBS kit. I think they are much better. You're paying a little bit more, but I think you're getting far greater type of equipment in the long run. So so I started that, and I started getting myself back into the single stage because I really do enjoy the single stage, just like Jason does. I really enjoy it, just the whole process of it. And there's times where I just use it just to prep my own brass and stuff like that. But I mean, if I am trying to process, quite a bit of brass, which is usually 9 millimeter for me, then I have a tendency of going with the APP press, and I can go through hundreds of rounds in 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and it's a worthwhile investment. It's only like 70 or 80 bucks. Best $79 you ever spent, I'll tell you that much. And but then I started really. I've always wanted a Dylan. I just love Dylan's. Everybody kept talking about him, and then a good friend of mine has a Dylan. He has a 650, and I got to try it, and I just enjoyed it so much that I just said, I got to purchase one. So that's what I did. Of course, you could definitely go with the 750 and the other type of Dylan presses, but you really got to start looking at the cost and whether if it's worth your time and money. I think it really depends on the amount of ammo that you actually produce. That's just my humble opinion on it. But I mean, if you're in need of a lot of rounds and you got yourself also on the rabbit hole of doing competitive shooting, then I would tell you probably go to 750 to 1050 if you decide to go to Dylan. um, I would tell you to steer away from the Loadmaster on the Lee, because I purchased one and I sent that back within a week. I do not like that press at all. I would prefer a bit more of the Lee 1000. I think that's a much better progressive press. So I mean, there's the great thing about reloading is that there's a little bit of everything for everybody, and I enjoy the hobby and getting to know people, and so I just wanted to throw my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and that's I have invites out to Jamie, Mr. JH586, and to Kyle Lusk, because I know both of those guys have um, way more experience than I could even dream of having, and they're definitely a wealth of knowledge. Um, so I sent them invites, and I talked with them a little bit last night, and hopefully they'll be able to make it. Um, but I figured I can we can just get a bunch of us that either do reload, or like me, I don't reload at the time. I don't have any reloading equipment. Um, I've been thinking about it for a good 3-4 years, and I've done a hell of a lot of research, and I ask a hell of a lot of questions to people who do reload, so that when I do finally, pull the trigger and buy a press, I'm pretty confident in what I'm gonna get, um, and I'm pretty confident in the way I'm gonna set it up. and stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
No, and it's great. One thing you'll notice about the reloading community is that everybody wants to share the knowledge. You'll definitely enjoy that. If you need to get started, I mean, I have an extra press if you need it, bro. I'm more than happy to pass it along to you because actually that was the first press that I got to learn, and if somebody else wants to needs it so they can get started reloading, and by all means, man, it's a good thing. It's a little Lee C press, single stage. These things are amazing, man. You can produce so much stuff. Actually, if you guys ever know anything about Elvis Ammo, his favorite press is a little Lee single stage C press. He loves that thing. So
yeah.
he loves that thing so much that he broke it. He ended up having to get another one. So yeah,
And
man, lead is a great thing. I can tell you, but for the money, man, I would tell you that if you want to get into reloading and you want to get a really good beginner kit, and if you can afford it, I would tell you to go with the RCBS. I just think it's a much better product. I think whatever the kit comes with, it's not junk. The thing with Lee is that some of the stuff that they do have in those kits are kind of junky, and they have a tendency of not being worth the while or worth your money in the long run.
yeah, what do you have like a workbench already, a room, an area, or something that you can dedicate to reloading?
Yes, sir. I did. I actually, I ended up creating my own little table, and I set up in the garage. Obviously, if you have like your own little man cave, that's probably the best way. I mean, that's kind of like something I'm thinking about doing because for me, trying to reload in the summer, oh my God, that's just horrible. So, but excuse me. So I try to, not to reload as much during the summer. Try to, pretty much reload all my stuff for the summer during the winter, and that's kind of like how I do it. I know it's probably not the way other people do it, but unfortunately for me, it's just that's the only space I got, so I gotta utilize it as best as I can. But if you have your own man cave, that's really the best way to go. I would tell you right now because wood is so expensive. Maybe using a different, maybe trying to find a table through, maybe a thrift store or something on Craigslist. And just a regular wood table would work as long as it's sturdy enough for you when you start cranking on it. You shouldn't have any issues.
So I'm gonna jump in just a sec. I know last night on Georgia Shooting Connection, it was brought up the um, workbench, the wooden workbench through Harbor Freight. It's like $130. What's everyone's opinion on using that as a um, press? To bolt your press to and everything.
Well, a wooden
Um,
table, you can always add to it or something. You know what I mean, to brace it up. But I
right.
went with
Um,
Boughton Workbench. Uh, I actually got this a Craftsman, but you can buy them from Lowe's or Menards or anywhere. I got a metal 72-inch workbench with an inch thick top on it. I do have another sheet of 3/4 inch to put on top because the inch is just right on the edge of being too thin because it's the butcher block stuff. But I bought a metal bench and I just found that that was the best option. Once it's all together and there's weight on it, it doesn't move at all. I don't even have it anchored to the ground at all, and it's unmovable. I just got something that was, I think this is rated for 1,500 pounds, 1,700 pounds or something. And I gave less than 300 for it. So it just turned out I thought it was a better option for me. Get it once, it's done with it. Thing about it is it has an adjustable height. I can go down into like the 30 some inches, or I can go all the way up. I have it now, I think, at 42 inches tall. I think with my press plate, I'm at 42 inches tall with this. It's, yeah, it is. It's all the way up. So that's another thing to consider. I wanted a bench that I could stand at comfortably, and sit down on a stool. My options.
And actually, that's a great choice. I mean, you just got to find what's best, what works best for you. And especially right now with wood being so expensive, I would tell people maybe seek other alternatives. But the Harbor Freight tool, I've seen that, and I don't know if it was maybe because that display was kind of beat up, but it really did not impress me, man. Because the one I saw in the store just looked very flimsy, and it didn't seem to me like it was worth my time or money. But you just got to find what best works for you. I mean, when I built my bench, it was when wood was cheap. I think I might have spent less than $40 on it, just buying wood from Home Depot. And that's kind of like the way I did it. I did it because to me it's just I wanted certain things that I know I would not find on some of the ones that they sell in the store. So I just kind of decided to create my own bench. But uh, whatever works for you guys. If you guys haven't had a chance to look at my channel, I mean, you guys can see how I built it. It's nothing major, nothing fancy. It's just something that works for me. And there's different ways that you can go about it. But I just think it's fun. It's like anything else, man. You're building your hobby, and that's what I like about it the most.
I'm kind of spoiled in the area that I'm at. There's like 8 mills that are within probably 15 miles. Um, I can probably go buy their scraps that would be considered unusable by um, being able to send out to other companies. Um, and they're probably just going to chip them up and send them to become presswood or whatever. So
Yeah, I mean,
I can go get that, and so it's dirt cheap doing that. They're going to
well,
get
yeah,
screwed
I
up
mean,
anyways.
yeah, you
Go
do
ahead.
live in Oregon. That's the only good thing that helps. You live in Oregon, where all the wood is produced. So that's by
You
all
know,
means, brother.
you could find like a tool chest, like a rollaway tool chest, and put a top on that and use that for like half, and then put some legs on the other side. Build you like a long bench. You could come up with something, uh, fairly easy and creative if you want. Uh, the one thing that drove me to I was going to build my own bench, and then I decided it was easier just to buy. One of my first obstacles was how high did I want the bench? You know what I mean? Uh, and what chair am I going to use? What's going on? Like, they really don't make a bench that I know of that'll work with like your computer chair. You're going to have to custom build something that's only like 30 inches tall, right? So you gotta have to have a stool where you're gonna stand. And I did a lot of pre-measuring with my press and stuff, and stacking stuff up and doing measurements. And my stand ended up, like I said, I'm at like 42 inches, and I'm only 5'11". I'm not a great big tall guy, and for my single stage press and working on the table, everything's just fine. I wanted as less stress standing there. I didn't want hunched. So I spent a lot of years working in machine shops and factories, and I just put some effort into everything being at a comfortable height, comfortable level where I can work longer at a time without aches and pains, and not hunched over to look at something or something a little too tall or a little too low. I was real picky about that. So, like I
Yeah,
said, I ended up at
you,
42 inches.
right. And another thing that I think a lot of people don't emphasize when they're doing the reloading area is that they don't buy those stress mats or whatever they're called, the ones where people stand for long periods of time, because you will stand on long periods of time. So I would highly encourage everyone to invest in one of those. You can even get those little cheap pads that they sell in Harbor Freight. They really do help, and they help your back. I mean, for me, after 22 years in the military, my back ain't the greatest anymore, and my knees either. So to me, it's having that comfort there, especially if I'm standing on concrete, it definitely helps. So it's just something for you guys to think about.
So I'm going to go back to a question from G Webs that's been highlighted for a little bit. He says, sell trade, give away your first press once you move up, or keep them and just keep increasing the size of your reloading area. So we'll start
Absolutely.
with.
I go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mario. We'll start with you and see how you go about this.
Obviously, the more the merrier. I mean, if you know guys that have been reloading for a while, they have more than one press. The reason why is because they reload more than one caliber, and sometimes it's a lot easier for you to have something already set up, and you know, you don't have to mess with it, you don't have to adjust it. It's good to go. So I know of plenty of reloaders, the ones that get inside, you know, get deep into the rabbit hole. You would not be surprised if they have three or four um, presses in their area. It's just a common thing.
Yeah, and most of the reloaders that I see, um, like Jamie or Scotsman, um, you, there's a few others. Kyle Lusk, they probably have at least three or four, and they're willing to switch between depending upon what they're doing for whatever they're which round they're going to be doing or whatever. So yeah, maybe having multiple is a good choice. It's going to come down to, again, how far down the rabbit hole you're willing to go.
Yeah, that's it. How much passion do you have for it? How much interest do you have in it? But for most people that really are into it, like I said, I don't know if we were on air or not. I went from one single stage to a second single stage, and I'm considering heavily buying a third single stage. Um, it's just how it goes. You got to start out with the basics, and you will grow. Your knowledge will grow, and your equipment will grow. And like when you see people that have all this stuff and everything, you gotta understand this is just like your firearm collection. This is over their lifetime of reloading, or their span of reloading. You can't have everything all at once overnight. And like your first workbench might not end up being the bench you have forever. You know what I mean? And certainly the first press you have may not be the one you you move on to, but I bet you always keep it. I bet you find a use for it, or you repurpose it for somebody else. But a lot of people hang on to that first single stage press because there'll be something time and time again or whatever. You'll go use that press. You'll just enjoy it. But like your equipment, it's just like, say you like, I don't know if you're a mechanic, you got a lot of tools, you got a lifetime's worth of tools in these toolboxes. At one point you started out with your first screwdriver set and your first socket set, and it grew. That's kind of how your reloading is going to go.
So I've been. I'm probably just going to bite the bullet when I do actually buy my first press, and I am going to go. I'm going to share the screen. And I'm going to end up getting this bad boy. I'm going to go with it, the XL 750.
Man, talk about
That'll
getting
accomplish
deep
a
in the
lot.
rabbit hole.
I mean, it's kind of that the saying is correct. You buy once, cry once. If you spend a little extra, you can pretty much have this one machine to do everything, and all you have to do is buy different shelves or whatever, so that you can have your 40 setup, your 9mm setup. If you're going to do 9mm, you can do 45 ACP, however you want to do it. And so yeah, I mean, if you go and buy everything from them, you're probably talking like $1,600.
Oh yeah. Well, see here, whatever. Some of this you don't really need. This has got a case feeder on it that you got to pay
Elec-
extra for.
Electric
you,
case feeder.
yeah, you can do without that, man. All right. So here's what let me help you out. What you need. Uh, what do you think you're gonna reload? Like if you had to order this, what caliber are you gonna get? 40.
40 or 45 Colt.
Okay. Well, take one of those cal. If it's the 40 and you're shooting it out of a Glock, uh, I'm pretty sure that cartridge in that barrel is going to cause what's called a bulge in your case.
Only if you're
So-
running a stock. If you're
Okay.
running a stock Glock barrel, yes. But if you
or
go
you're-
and get the aftermarket, you'll be okay.
Yeah, well, if you're picking up range brass, which like I told you, you're going to fall in love
Yep.
with free range brass. Okay, it probably got shot out of a Glock or something. If being the 40 caliber, or even if you get into, I don't think you own a lot of 9s, do you? You're pretty much a 40 guy. You'll have to do an extra process. You'll have to what they call a bulge buster out of that case, and that's where a little single stage, just like one of those little Lee ones, those little $50 Lee C presses. You can get that, and then like the bulge buster kit to fix that case is like, I don't know, $20 or something. But that's a little item you'll need over at the side to maybe go with your Dillon. Okay, but if you can go that Dillon, get your machine and everything, you're going to need a good scale. Okay, I'd say you're going to need a good digital scale, and you're going to need a good mechanical scale and some scale weights, so you know everything's going okay. So you'll need that. You'll need some calipers to check at overall length and everything on your style, and you'll need a case gauge checker. And
Don't buy the
machine-
calipers.
Don't bother with calipers.
No, don't buy the Dillon brand calipers.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to be brand specific loyalty. You know what I mean? Like I was trying to say it earlier. Like RCBS makes a lot of great products. Not everything they make is great. Okay, Lee makes a lot of great products. Not every single thing they make is great. You can mix and match the tools that you're using. You know what I mean? You'll just kind of learn and see what you like. There's plenty of videos on the internet where you could look at specific, presses or tools and get reviews and opinions of them. But a lot of it's going to come down to what you get, what you learn, what you've bought in the past. You might buy uh, something to do with your reloading or a scale or something, and you're like all happy with it, and it turns out to be a total piece of junk. You know what I mean? And you might not buy that brand anymore or whatever. But like I said, these companies that are making reloading products, like they got their plane or whatever, making stuff with metal and everything. Then they're selling stuff like calipers or something like that. They outsource that to China, okay, and just put their name on it. So I mean, you just do your research, see what other people say.
Damn
They say the
Slovakian
Dillon
doesn't know how to
caliper-
spell.
Yeah, they say Dillon calipers ain't no good. I believe it. I have some digital RCBS stuff that's absolutely junk and useless.
Yeah. There's some people that are out there hating, saying that, about just going and buying the Dillon right off the bat.
Here's my thing, man. Nobody knows what you like but you. Nobody knows what you need but you. It's just everybody has an opinion. Just like everybody has an opinion about cars. You stick with what you like, bro. What you think you like, what works for you. You know what I'm saying? And you start choosing the stuff that you need. And like I could tell you, a lot of stuff I have I have stuff from Lyman. I have stuff from RCBS. I have stuff from Lee. I have stuff from Dylan. But you got to pick the tools that best work for you, man. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is, people are always going to have an opinion what they like, what they don't like. And that's their opinion. You got to stick with what works for you and what's going to work for you in the overall long run. I'm gonna tell you something. You're never gonna go wrong with a Dylan. Never, never. If anybody else other there wants to be, uh, Hornady or RCBS fanboys or linemen, that's their opinion. You know what I'm saying? You stick with what works for you, bro. I'm telling you, man. I have
Yeah.
a Dylan. I would never go. You never would go wrong with that. Not only that, if later on you want to resell it, you're gonna get your money back, man. They don't lose their appreciation at all.
Yes, yes, yes. You can resell
And
your Dylan. Yes.
and the one thing I like about Dylan compared to like RCBS or Lee or Lyman or anything, Dylan comes with a lifetime warranty. Even if you transfer that, like if you buy a used Dylan, they still warranty their product.
Well,
You know,
RCBS lifetime warranty too. I've dealt with them on a couple things already. Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much all
they're
the
no
reloading.
questions asked.
Yeah, they don't have any issues when it comes to warranty items. Even Lee, you know. So you're never gonna go wrong, man. I just got to tell you, man. You just got to pick the tools that work best for you. But I'm gonna tell you something. You ain't never gonna go wrong with a Dylan, bro. Never. And if anybody else other wants to say otherwise, that's their opinion. But I'm gonna tell you something. There's too many people here, and there's too many people in the side chat, like Bold and Curious, that have a Dylan, just like I do, and we all love our Dylans. So you will never go wrong with that thing.
yeah, yeah, and I've been, uh, I've been really. That's probably for 3-4 years. I've pretty much, if I'm gonna go and buy a press, I'm just gonna go with a Dylan. Yeah, because even you talk to any reloaders, everyone always says, "Well, Dylan's the top of the line." Okay, well, yeah, so you're gonna pay a little more up front, but if it's gonna last and it's the best, why not just go ahead and spend that little extra money at the very beginning and um,
Hey, you might want to chat with Misha, man. He's got one. He's still in the box, not even using it. Hey, there you go. That might be a better, cheaper way to get it. I'm telling you. The problem
hell
is
yeah,
that with the
because he's
used.
not that far of a drive away.
Well, there you go. But another thing too is that people talk about used Dylans. Well, I've seen a lot of used Dylans lately, and they're just crappy, and they want almost as much as a brand new one. If that's the case, and you start finding yourself in that kind of predicament, buy a new one, bro. If they tell you gotta have wait order like 4 or 5 months, who cares? I would
Exactly.
rather do that than to get a crappy, beat up, used Dylan. So you just gotta buyer gotta beware, man. There's a bit of both. If I was you, I just hit up Misha and be like, "Yo, let's work something out." Oh, he won't sell his. Okay, all right.
Yeah, yeah. I'd
Uh,
I'd order one and wait and
Yeah.
use that
yeah, I
time
would
to
too.
acquire like you'll need a some way to clean your cases. Okay, so you're gonna need at the very minimum a dry tumbler. So you're gonna be able to clean your cases. You'll need that equipment. You'll need the things I was talking about earlier, like your scales, some calipers, and a gauge checker, or you can use your barrel, your gun. You'll just need to acquire some things. You know what I mean? Plus your components, plus your powder, your
Hmm.
projectiles, and your primers. So that month, 3 month, 4 month wait, even if you had the machine today, you might not even have everything else you need for 3, 4 months. So I would just order one, put my name in the system in the list, and get what you need.
Misha
You're
says, "Why not a wet tumbler?"
Well, you know what? If you want to start with a wet tumbler, I bought that Harbor Freight little tumbler, and I went and got I think it was a 2-inch uh, PVC pipe, cut it to size, put a cap on it, and use that to wet tumble my brass. I just recently bought a Frankfurt Arsenal, but it's just through time I bought it. There's different ways out there. One thing I can tell you about reloaders is that these guys are ingenious, man. You will see guys out there where you start really getting yourself into a lot of these videos. There's some reloaders that pretty much done their own case feeders through their 3D printers. There's people that have come up with all kinds of crazy antics and ways of having to problem solve stuff. So if anybody can definitely come up with some stuff is the reloading community, man. They're amazing individuals.
Have you have has anyone else watched Clover Tax video on the tumbler that he made?
No, I haven't
Yeah, I
had a
think I
chance to
have.
watch it.
I think I have. If it's been a while,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it's been a few months since he put it out, but I
uh-huh.
saw that and I was like, dude, that's pretty fucking ingenious.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of guys out there that are just very ingenious and think of elaborate ways. There's some guys that know how to make their own annealing machines, stuff like that. It's amazing the stuff that a lot of the guys in the reloading community come up with, and in most cases, they're willing to share their plans, and you can make your own in your own house. That's what's really cool about our community is that everybody's willing to help each other out. You're not gonna find that in other ones, bro.
the one
Yeah,
thing about the reloading, though, so like I said, everybody's so inventive about things and doing things. I think that kind of spurs from back that uh, been reloading metallic cartridges for like what 100 years, over 100 years, but there's only been these fancy machines, Johnny come lately. You know what I mean? Uh, People have already known and figured things out. So there's time tested methods and things. There's a knowledge out there that we can learn.
yeah. So if you guys go RCBS, what's everyone's thought of like the Pro Chucker 7?
You can't get it. You can't get those RBS progressive machines. They have been out of stock even before COVID, and I'm not sure that they're
Yeah,
ever
you're
are
right.
even going to bring those back.
Yeah,
Sorry to
yeah.
say.
Good luck with that one. Now, if you
I'm
want to get a rock chucker,
Yeah.
that's the way to go. If you want a single stage rock chucker, no, I love those. Those are probably one of the best single stage ones out there.
So that's what I'm using. I'm using a rock chucker, and then I got the Reloader 5 special press. It's just a little smaller aluminum little press. I got it in a kit, at a good price. But rock chucker's my main to go with. I'm actually consider buying a second rock chucker because the price came down on them a little bit. But they have a Rebel press out that it's bigger, it's beefier, and all this and that. But I'm not sure if it's any better than the Supreme rock chucker or not.
Yeah, I also
I'm
like
just not sure.
the new single stages that Lyman came up with. I really like them. They seem to me like it's a nice design. It seems to me like it's a smooth handle kind of thing. Um, so I don't know. Maybe you should just take a look at those Lyman single stages. Those are pretty nice too.
I didn't know they had anything new. I'll go check those out for sure.
Yeah, they do, man. They have three single presses. They have a C press, and then they have these other two they have like a really nice, good priming system on them already. So they're pretty nice. A lot of people don't know about them because they're not really searching for reloading stuff, or But once you get in the rabbit hole, you start getting notifications about everything, man. So it's just something to think about.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up Lyman and we can look at him.
Cool.
Like, see, I picked 3 brands, and I figured whoever we get in here we'll probably bring up stuff, and we can always pull that up and kind of then go ahead and look at. So we've got the Lyman APX10. You can get a Lyman Ultimate Reloading Kit. So we want to look at we're looking at
No,
like
you're
the
looking at the first ones. Those are the Mark 7 ones, man. Those things are super expensive.
these ones up here. Yeah, you're talking like $3,000. But like you get down here to this Brass Smith Ideal Press, it's like 126.
They're actually cheaper in Midway. I think I saw them for like 99.
Yeah. Um, the Brass Smith Victory.
You know, what's this Victory Press here?
Let's pull this up and see. This is $240 according to Lyman, and everybody knows when you go to the manufacturer website, you're always gonna have the MSRP and not what you'll actually get if you go to other companies. So this doesn't look. Let's kind of get it on screen.
I'll just say, like, see that contraption on the front there, the priming system.
Yep.
That's basically the same priming system you can get from RCBS for the Rock Chucker, and that whole setup, to me, sucks bad. I don't like that at all. I like hand priming. That seems to be easy, fast, just a lot better, man. So that little system there, like, would have to be unbolted and gotten out of the way. Those are just a pain. You're actually pushing the handle back forward, trying to pull the ram down on a little primer pocket thing that you're pushing in with this hand, and it just seems funky. It like works leverage backwards against all your linkage, and it just seems funny. If you don't time it right or let go of the spring handle there, it'll pull your case and the shell holder right out of the ram. It's just usually on press priming is a little funky, no matter who makes it, pretty much.
This one says you got a 1-inch diameter ram, right or left-handed operation. So comes with a straight line primer feed with large and small primer tubes, so you get both, I guess.
I found I like my Rock Chucker, man. It seems to be fairly large, heavy duty. It's really smooth. There's no play in my ram or anything on it. I just really like it. Now the cheaper RS5 Reloader Special 5 press I got, it wobbles all over the place. Its ram is loose as hell, brand new out of the box. But it's great for decapping and things like that is what I use it for.
So
is one of my favorites for sure.
I'm gonna share the screen. I mean, some of the people out in the crowd seem to already know, but here's what we've got: the Rock Chucker Supreme Press, and their MSRP is $214.16.
Yeah, they're 188 at Midway though.
So again, if we look out anywhere else, you're probably gonna find them cheaper.
So, sort of like you can't go wrong with a Dillon for a progressive. If you're getting a single stage, you really can't go wrong with the Rock Chucker press here. There's really nothing that this press is not going to do.
50 BMG.
I think you might be able to squeeze it in there.
Most of the other
These
ones,
suckers.
I
most of
think Iraqi
are
Veteran 888 tried a 50 in it, didn't he? Or 338. He tried something in there because he said it was on the picture of the box.
yeah, because I know like Dylan and Lee both on their web pages have specific
For 50?
for 50
Yeah,
BMG.
these guys do too, RCBS. Everybody does. It's such a long, long
Mm-hmm.
cartridge. And plus, the thing with 50 BMG is 50 BMG is expensive. So every single thing associated with .50 BMG in the title is expensive.
Right
You
now,
know the
go ahead.
RCBS Rebel is more expensive than the Rock Chucker on Midway right now. It's crazy.
Yep. Yep.
So right now, you can find 50 BMG that's not super expensive. You can actually pick it up for like $3 a round. It does sound expensive, but if you're used to like shooting 50 BMG a few years ago,
But
that was
stop and think
$5-6
about
a round.
how many places you can actually safely shoot a 50 cal, man. Unless you're like in Arizona or Utah or Nevada. I mean, and I don't know how it is in the East Coast, but I mean on the West Coast you could probably get away with it, but I don't think there's that many places you can safely shoot a 50 cal and not hurt anything.
On the West Coast, we have mountains. We can just shoot into the side of a mountain if you need to.
Yeah, I just don't know. Well, not only that, but hey, man, I can tell you, I've shot plenty of 50, and I've seen that stuff ricochet come right back at you, man. You got to
Oh
be
yeah.
careful.
Oh,
You got to be real careful when you shoot a 50 cal. Like it'll kill you real quick.
so Misha says the only place around me it's $5 a round. If you go to if you're actually wanting 50 BMG, Ammunition Depot has it on their site for right about $3 a round.
Hey, one thing about
I mean,
I went to the RCBS side of things because I was going to get a Dylan for my first jumping into this, and they weren't in stock, and it was right when COVID started, and they told me they'd have it in 2 weeks. I waited 2 weeks, and then they wouldn't get back to me and everything. So at the time, I found that RCBS could provide me with pretty much almost everything I needed, so I went that route. But what I ended up finding out, and I have a ton of it, RCBS has a mounting plate system. It's just a aluminum plate that you screw down to your bench, and everything they make will fit on one of those plates. So to change presses or move a press, it's just two bolts threaded into their own holes, and it only takes a minute or two. But you can leave it permanently. But then there's space on the side. You can mount their powder measure stand. You can get another plate next to it, which I have. It'll mount their case trimmer. It'll mount your gauges for your rifle rounds. It is to mount about any product they have. There's already a pre-numbered and a pre-drilled and tapped hole for their product, and it really helps you out on your space on your workbench.
So we've got 38 Super Partisan who just jumped in. He says, "Reloading chat, join the Blue Press cult. We have a small pistol primers and cookies." Well, in that case, I'm joining the Blue Press. If they're going to give away, primers and cookies, it's a done deal.
Yeah. I could tell you, man. The blue crew, it's pretty powerful. There's a lot of us out there.
And then we got Mr. CB, another fellow Oregonian. So we've got him out here. He splits it. He'll not splitting the difference, but he's located between myself and Mr. 11 Bravo Grunt, Mario Mosen. So he's closer to the California border than I am, but not by much.
Do you know? Have you been to the website for Inline Fabrications and seeing what they have?
I was gonna tell him about that, bro. Trust
Yeah,
me, you get into that rabbit hole. That's an expensive rabbit hole. Tell you that
yeah,
much. But it makes your life easy.
yeah. They're good. They're good products. I have a few things from them for the RCBS, and I got his 3D printed primer catcher and tube and everything. Uh, that works great compared to the piece of junk 2-sided thing that rock chucker came with. This works great, and like I said, I got it on the corner, and then I have the metal workbench has the metal legs. I found a magnetic cup holder, like for your soft drink or whatever. Hooked it, snapped it right on there, the side of the leg. Put a Mountain Dew bottle there, and ran the hose right down in it. Collects all my primers. That works. That's a great product that he makes, and that's simple. He's known for his metal work and his plate systems and his risers and things. But even the small products on his page, I've had good luck with.
I don't know. 38
Quick
Super.
Connect. If you once you start looking at the quick connection plates that they put on there, you're done, dude. I'm telling you. I tell you, I spend a lot of money over there at Inline Fabrication. But it does make my life easy.
So 38 Super Partisan may just talk him out of a Dylan sale. I mean, raisin oatmeal cookies are friggin' delicious. Oatmeal raisins, and if you haven't tried the oatmeal raisin cashew cookie, yeah. So yeah, we've got 3 Oregonians in here. We got Mr. Misha, who's northern Oregonian, close to the Washington border. CB is close to the California border, and I'm running on the I-5 corridor. So
You got uh, a toolbox, or could get like a toolbox.
me?
Yeah, I found
Oh
that
yeah.
to be very helpful. That's what I got a lot of my stuff in, a lower cabinet and a top cabinet, and I still need a lot more stuff, and it's already full. But I found that works out pretty good for all my reloading stuff. If you get a lower chest that's got deep enough drawers, height wise, tall enough drawers,
hmm
you can get your die boxes in those.
Have you seen
Things
those
like that.
Husky? Those Husky toolboxes that
I'm
have
sure.
the wooden top on top of them. So they're
Yeah.
like a
Yep.
5-drawer.
Yep.
They're like a 5-drawer, but they're um crap. They're a good size,
Uh-huh.
in
I know what you
width.
mean. Yeah, and you can always add a little bit to it. You can put a
hmm
thicker board on top, bolt it down to the wall or something if it's not sturdy enough. Take the wheels off of it. Yeah, you can definitely work with those.
Oh, Misha brings up another good one: the oatmeal raisin cranberry. Yep. So,
I
yeah.
tell you what, I've looked at for a cheap way to go, and something to do like Mario. You was mentioning the Lee APP press. I was thinking about getting one of those just for out here where I'm sitting at right now. Uh, I was gonna get a little metal stand that like holds a table saw, right? They only go up, I don't know, knee high while you're sitting down here or so, maybe a little taller. And I was gonna put a wooden board on top of that and mount a little AP press, so I can just sit here in like my computer chair height and go at it. And those like a table saw stand like that, the metal legs. I mean, you're talking like what, 29.99 or something like that. If you don't know what the APP press is, G, it's a press from Lee that like one of your first steps with your cases is going to be to size them and deprime them, get the old
Yeah,
primer out of it.
I think.
This is a little fast little press, and it has a funnel thing on top and a tube, and you just pour your cases in it and shake it, and it'll fill up the tube. And you got a handle, and as you pull the handle, it will take one of your cartridges, insert it into the press, into the die where it needs to be. You pull the handle down and it'll do its work, and you pull the handle up and it'll move and cycle that one off and grab another one. So you could basically fill it up and sit there and just bust out cases just as fast as you can pull the handle. And they're like less than a. You buy the press and then you kind of like upgrade the tube of the funnel, but like you're still at like $100 even or something. The press itself is like $80 or something, $90.
Yeah, I think it
Now,
was.
the
Go ahead, Mr.
now
Mario.
the yeah, now the press looks kind of flimsy, and you might think, "Oh, this thing is a piece of junk," but actually, it's not, man. I bought it just to prove a point with Cranky Cletus because he's always talking mess about the APP press and all kinds of stuff. So I just bought one, and I decided, you know what? Every time I bring down the handle, I just go cranky, cranky, just to irritate
That's a
him.
good one.
I don't remember if it was K24 or
He's got both of them.
maybe it was Willie Bulletman. One of them did a video of them putting the I think it was the APP press together just a few months back, and he was talking about a couple different things that he didn't like about it, but he did like, and other things that he did like about it, and he was comparing it to the other AP something press, the APC.
There's two of them. Yeah, there's two of them. I know K24 did a video of both presses. I do warn you. You know his voice is kind of like remember like the teacher in Ferris Bueller's Day Off,
Mhm.
Bueller. So if you fall asleep watching this video, you know I'm just warning you. But he does do a good video of it, talking about both presses. But I love that dude.
Yeah,
I just like giving him a hard time. But no, yeah, there's quite a few guys that have both, and they like both. You know, it's just to each their own. I just like the fact that that press you can do more than one thing. You don't just decap. You can size. You can I don't know. I think some people's are actually doing bulge. Like the debulging of brass through that thing. So it's amazing what it can do.
I see Pony 47 out in the crowd saying Andy 79 Z28, but I do not see Andy in the crowd. Yeah, I know. I talk with Andy a lot during Friday night shows over there on the Georgia Shooting Connection. Definitely, that's. I mean, if you are truly thinking about getting into reloading, that's the place to go hang out on Friday nights at 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 Eastern, and they'll answer any question. I thought I was asking a couple dumb questions, but they don't be like, "Oh, you're a fucking moron. You know, you should know better." They'll actually sit there and explain it to you, and they'll break everything down because, like, there what was it? CW Longshot, I think it was talking about gas checking. And I had zero clue about it, and I was like, "What the hell is gas checking?" And Jamie probably spent 15 minutes talking about gas checking and how to do it properly and why you need to gas check certain rounds versus why you don't have to gas check other rounds. And, so yeah, definitely they're a great wealth of knowledge for not only reloading, but after you're reloading for a while, you're probably going to get into casting. And that's a whole different rabbit hole.
Last year, the Georgia Shooting Connection on their channel, go back 10 months maybe, and you'll find them. They started a series every week for the beginning reloader. They started, certain segments of reloading, starting from, cleaning your brass, sizing your brass, throwing your powder, seating your bullet. They devoted each week to a different step. So go back and watch those. They did a wonderful job at things. Yeah, answering questions. Yeah, just sharing knowledge that they know we needed to know. They did a great job on that.
Also, you have not mentioned the Reloaders Network, bro. The Reloaders Network is just a separate entity. It's its own
The
website.
RN.
Yeah, man. That thing, if you are looking for something specific in there, you will find it. You put a search engine on there and you put what you're looking for. There should be at least 5 or 6 reloaders in there that have put some sort of video on whatever topic you're looking at. So if you guys have not researched the Reloaders Network, it's a great source of information there.
Do you have a link to that, Mario?
I'll
Hold on a
find it.
second. Let me get it for you.
Yeah, those guys over there has also got me into. I'm gonna branch into casting too, because of the talk and the things I've learned and searching on the internet of my own from things. I like my 1911s. So I went searching around since I'm reloading, and I'm like, what is the most accurate load that I can make and come up with for a 1911? And it seems all the target shooters for the last 50 years, everybody swears by this 200 grain semi wad cutter cast bullet. So I'm like, okay, that's what I'm going to start playing with and mess with. And then that just opens up the door to, because I bought 1,000 projectiles of it.
So
And
Kingpin threw the link out.
so I'm like, that's going to lead me into casting eventually to make my own.
Thank you, Mr. Kingpin. He was quick on getting that Reloaders Network link out there, so it is out in the crowd if you guys want to check them out. Pony 47 was saying that Andy 79Z28 also has videos on both the APP and I think it's the APC. Don't quote me on the second press because, again, I'm a noobs when it comes that way. So I did throw the link to the StreamYard out in the crowd earlier. I can throw it back out there again if Kingpin wants to jump on and also help talk about reloading and that kind of information. Because, again, he's a great wealth of knowledge. He will not admit it. But, yeah, he knows where to point you guys in the right direction.
Yeah, you can, like I know you talk about, you've been thinking about reloading for a while. So you've kind of picked up on some of the terminology and some of the process. Uh, go binge watch some of that Georgia shooting stuff. You know what I mean? You'll learn so much. If you got a question that it's bothering you, even if they've already covered it, just ask them on Friday night, man. And they'll do a wonderful job, man. Those are some fantastic people over there. It's search the internet, look at different things. It, it, it's fun to learn, man. You're getting down a rabbit hole that's enjoyable too, man. It's not all about having a progressive machine and kicking out 1,000 rounds every 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Th- this, like I said, I find it relaxing. I enjoy every bit of it. I'm more like looking at the precision of everything of it. I like doing everything in different stages on a single stage press, handling them, checking them out. I still 100% weigh all my powders. Well, maybe 90%, but yeah, I have the equipment. I might as well use it. I'm not in any big rush.
Yeah, and I
Each
mean,
process, like in the single stage process, like you can come home, like maybe you can just spend an evening or time cleaning them the first time. You know what I mean? Or sit down and decap them and resize them, for 15 minutes, a half hour, and be done for that day. You know what I mean? It's
I
all
also,
casework. It's all prep work.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
The other thing, and I know you'll see a lot of these videos on YouTube where people are like, "Oh, look at me and how much rounds I make." I mean, to be honest with you, unless you're like a seasoned reloader and you know exactly what the hell you're doing, and you got your progressive machine like dialed in or whatever the case may be, I can guarantee you that half of those rounds ain't worth the crap, and I would not shoot them.
yeah,
So many
because
people are so focused on speed, and it's not the case, guys. It's about making precision rounds, because let's stop and think about it. If you don't do it right, it's going to blow up in your face. So think about it
yeah,
that way.
that's what I was talking earlier, and I don't remember if I brought that up when we were live streaming, but we were kind of talking about show is, yeah, being able to just crank out 10,000 rounds in a single day is a great feat. But out of those 10,000 rounds that you crank out, how many did you just screw up? If you're not checking them, if you're not sitting there, paying attention that I've got, the correct amount of powder in every single one, you know, if you over powder it, you're probably going to blow your gun up. If you under powder it, you're going to have a squib load. And if it gets lodged in your barrel and you don't realize it and you fire that next round, guess what? You just blew up your damn gun.
Well, you could make 1,000 an hour, and every one of them be 100% perfect too. But that's you're doing a lot of work yourself. You know what I mean? Just like Mario was saying, we don't, none of us really need that. You know what I mean? Like, does it really matter to you if you sit down and you reload and it took an hour, or you kicked them out as fast as you could and it only took 45 minutes? Does it really matter? I mean, don't overwork it. Don't put too much physical into it and speed and all this and that. That's not what's needed here. There's just something about even like I prefer the rock chucker over that other press. Let's talk about that's just a little cheaper and weaker. The smoothness of that press when you pull that handle and everything, you're doing a lot of work before you ever even pull a handle. You've handled this brass and done other things and checked things and done things. Pulling the handle's just a second or so of your time, but it just when it's all nice and smooth and it's very sturdy and heavy duty and everything's perfect, it's just a nice feeling. People talk about how smooth the press is. It's just a nice feeling to you just kind of equate that smoothness with precision. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and again, just I would make sure I would even if like making sure that you're doing it correctly and spending that extra time, even if you have like a progressive or um, a turret press, if you're making sure you're checking um, and everything, who cares? Like Jason was saying, who cares if you only get 100 rounds or if you get, you know, 20 rounds, you're looking at what is going to, potentially get you the safest round, and that I can put this down, I can put this through any of my firearms, and I would trust this round if my kid needed to fire this round. I'm not going to have any kind of, well, maybe if you have that question of maybe this round, take that round out,
Yeah,
undo it, and redo it yourself later.
yeah. The reloading, really, all of it, it kind of seems overwhelming at first, maybe, but it's really simple. Like, especially doing, like I'm telling you, single stage, and everybody will have their own different method of how they do it single stage. But you just break down each process individually, and it's very simple. You know what I mean? It really is. It's not a great concern, as long as you learn to set your dies up. And it's like when you're decapping or sizing your die, you really can't go wrong. You know what I mean? Uh, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. Like if you don't put the case in there all the way, then the thing won't even go all the way up. So like it's not like you can make really any mistakes once you got everything set. And you really come down to just taking your time and care with throwing your powder and seating your bullet. You just that's You know what I mean? That's kind of like the science of it, where you're paying attention and just have good equipment, and it'll go smooth. You'll see that, like you set your dies even for like your seating depth. If you have a good equipment, like whatever you set it at, and you did a round and you measure it, hey, that's great. Set it down, you stick another one in there, bring it out, measure it, and it's exactly the same as the other one. It's not close or off or changing every time. You can get it set where everything will stay the same all the time with good equipment, and you'll have confidence in it. Like I was kind of scared but really excited the first time I shot a round that I'd reloaded. And once the first one went bang, I knew it was going to be fine. I was right in the middle of the powder ranges. I knew everything had been double, triple checked. My main problem starting out was crimp. Uh, Too little crimp. How much crimp is there? Is it even crimping? Rick kind of had problems earlier today on his show with that. That was only my real concern or hiccup on my first loads was the crimp.
Yeah. And so we get into like crimping. On rifle rounds, you're going to crimp. On the pistol rounds, it's going to be more of a roll crimp. Correct?
No, that totally depends on the cartridge and what you're doing. Like there's a taper crimp and there's a roll crimp. Uh, like a roll crimp, like say you take like a 38 or a 357 Magnum revolver cartridge. Revolver cartridge is going to take a roll crimp. There'll be a cantilure, however you pronounce it. There'll be a grooved area in the projectile itself that gives you an area for the case to crimp into it. So it like rolls the case mouth into that area and locks that bullet in there. A semi-automatic is going to use a taper crimp where the bullet doesn't have that groove in it, and it just kind of, you had to flare the case out a little bit before you could put the projectile in it. One of your processes is flaring the neck, and you're basically just putting that back straight, taking the flare out of it, and that gives a little crimp back on the projectile. But then rifles, it gets a little different. Uh, Most semi-automatic rifles, or all of them, you're going to have a crimp. But then there's guys that are reloaded that did a bolt action rifle where they're only loading one round at a time for precision, and maybe they don't crimp theirs at all. The crimp is just going to hold that projectile from moving while you recoil, while you transport it, while you handle it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was, what I was thinking about.
Yeah, let me ask something else real quick. One, you're gonna make mistakes. Don't get discouraged by the mistakes that you make. We all make mistakes. We all have our little stash of boo boo
Yeah,
bullets
the-
that we made mistakes on. So do not get discouraged when you make mistakes. Whenever you make a mistake, just learn from it. Ask somebody who knows, and then work your way to becoming better. I'm not gonna lie to you. I went through a lot of rounds where I messed up, and it's just part of the process, man. Because this is something that, unfortunately, as much as you want to teach it, it's all about feeling, and if you don't feel it right, or if it doesn't, unless you have somebody there that's going to teach you hands on, which most of the time you're not going to have, you're going to make mistakes. So don't get discouraged if you do, because in reality, it's just going to make you a better reloader, and you'll learn more.
yeah. What the first mistake that I made, and I caught it within the first 10, 20 bullets that I put together. I didn't follow the advice of Jamie and Kyle in the Crazy Scotsman. Um, I got the RCBS die set, and I'm sure there's other brands that say the same thing. It seats the bullet and it crimps the bullet all at the same time, right? The companies advertise that. That's in the product description and everything to, save time. And they had pioneered this and that to do it. Everybody told me it's probably not going to work. Don't do that. They never got it to work, right? Well, I didn't listen. So I set mine up on the first run and I'm just going to try it because that's what the company said. So I went and tried it, and the first couple bullets seemed just fine. And then a few bullets into it, it started rippling and crushing the case, putting big bends and ripples in it. Wouldn't even fit in the case gauge or everything. And that's what them guys told me would happen, and I didn't listen. I didn't take their advice. And I went ahead and just tried it on my own. So I got some wall of shame right off the bat just because I didn't listen. But you got to learn things, you know. You're gonna make Mario said you're gonna make mistakes and learn from them. So I was trying to cheat the process and take out a step by trying to do two things at once, and that wasn't very successful.
Mr. Foss, do you have any questions or comments?
I do have some questions about brass. I like I don't know if I said it when we were live or before the chat, but I haven't. I bought all my stuff just as everything started to disappear, so I haven't really done anything other than deprime. So I'm saving all my, brass. Any brass I can get at the range, I collect it up, bring it home. So with the case, I noticed, some of them will have creases or little dents. Is any of that acceptable, or does it have to be perfectly straight?
Like dented on the sides or dented on the mouth.
I I've
Just
seen them
kind of
both.
banged up from range brass.
Yeah, if the ones with the creases, I've kind of tossed because I figured that's too much, but I don't know where is too much and what's acceptable.
Just run them through your sizer die and see how they look when they come out after that. A little bit of beating and banging ain't gonna be too bad. Uh, uh, you're not really dented at the mouth too bad, that doesn't like come back out when you flare it a little bit.
Yeah.
But you don't want something. You'll tell if you put a case in and it's bent or something. But just they'll have a little bends, dings, and bangs on them, you'll be
I
okay.
would tell you, DM is there's a couple brasses that I would steer far away from. One is if it has some sort of crease, like large crease on the bottom, where near where the primer area is at. I would tell you steer away from them. If they have any major bulges on the side, um, I would tell you to stay away from it. The reason why is that even though you run it through your press, that sidewall might not be as strong as you might think, and when you're running it through your um, your weapon, it's gonna jam on you. So, um, there is some things that I would look out for. Those are definitely one. You are going to have some bulges, especially on pistol rounds, the ones that are run by Glocks. We call it the Glock bulge. Those are fine. But if you notice something that's just out of the ordinary and it just doesn't seem right, you're probably right. Just go with your gut feeling on what you think is right, and just put it to the side. And if you want to, you can always ask a question on it. Send a picture to any of us, and then we will tell you, hey, you know what, this doesn't seem like a good round that I would want to reload and stuff like that. Um, Especially when you have brass has been in a range area for a long period of time. Brass, just like anything else, it deteriorates over time. So, yeah, those are really the only things that I would look for.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I don't pick up range brass that's not shiny. You know what I mean? I'm not going through any of that. But like save. You're gonna start if you're reloading. You're gonna save your own brass. You'll have the worst feeling in your gut ever if you lose your own brass. Okay, so like just take some brand new ammo and shoot it and collect that brass and know that it's yours and it's brand new and what brand it was and everything. And once you're just working with your brass, cleaning it, sizing it the first time, depriming it, you're looking at it. You're seeing it, you're feeling it, you're touching it. Even if you're subconsciously only doing it, you'll get familiar with it, and then something will catch you out of the ordinary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the one. Like don't take a chance, just pitch it.
Yeah, that's the what after I bought my press and then started, decided I'm going to save all my brass. The first time I went shoot, I shot my 10 millimeter. Every case that went over the line, it's like, no. The other question I had was about cleaning brass. I've got an ultrasonic cleaner, and I had talked to somebody back before I had bought anything, and they suggested um, a cleaner to use in that, and I bought it, and I don't. It's been so long, I don't remember exactly what it is, but so I was going to use an ultrasonic
Yeah,
cleaner
it's
with that cleaner.
yeah, I also own a ultrasonic cleaner, and actually Hornady makes a ultrasonic cleaner, uh, cleaner, whatever the cleaning
The solution stuff, yeah.
solution. Yes, so they do sell it, and I've used the ultrasonic cleaner. For me, the reason why I don't use it is because now I'm getting to the habit of I'm reloading a lot more than what I used to. So, trying to do if you're doing a small batch, I would tell you that's a good way to go. But if you're doing large batches, man, and you will get there, trust me, that's when you got to start investing on that Frankfurt Arsenal Platinum, wet tumbler,
Yeah.
because in reality, it's going to take you longer if you do that, the ultrasonic cleaner.
Yeah,
So
for me, it'll be, if and when I get going, you know, I one of the main reasons I was doing it was just to learn it, to because I learn by doing better than by
Absolutely.
reading stuff. So
Absolutely.
I
This
wanted
is
to try it out to see how it works, learn it, and then hopefully get into it just as not to save money or anything, just as kind of a cushion for ammo shortages.
see,
Absolutely. And this is not going to be the first or the last time.
This is
So
the cleaning. Real quick, the cleaning process here. The first step of all, after you've collected it, picked it up, first piece of equipment you're going to need to do is clean them. This is another thing about reloading where you have multiple choices, and not everybody may do it the same way. There's dry tumbling, there's the ultrasonic, and then there's the tumbling with the stainless steel media and the drums and everything. There's some people that I've talked to know that do all three. Um, I like the dry. That's what I've been doing. I just like the dry. Uh, I'd like to I'd like to maybe get an ultrasonic or something, maybe just to give them a quick bath before I decap them or something. But I like the dry. Um, I have good results with it. The brass comes out clean, pretty shiny. It's a old time method probably, but then I have a case processing center that has motorized brushes and other things
Yeah.
on it. Um, I clean my primer pockets with a brush, and then I just flip the case over and I slide it down over a rotating brush and give the inside a nice little brushing, and they're good to go, man.
Yeah, I was
I like dry. I know a lot of people probably started that way and moved on, but for me, I'm still on the dry medium.
yeah, I was gonna go with the ultrasonic just because I had it, because I used to clean my motorcycle carburetors with it. So I figured, that's something that I have that I know will clean. So I thought I'd try that first and then see how
so
that went.
I know, uh, like the gun cleaners have uh, the cleaner solution you can buy, and you can buy it in either a small amount or a large amount on their website, and it's for um, cleaning firearms and um, you know stuff in an ultrasonic. That because that's how they clean all the firearms that come into um, like their store. Um, they'll go around to different shows and stuff, and they have giant ultrasonic machines that they can tear firearms apart and just clean them in that to show how well their product works. Um, I know I sent a Dirty Bore box over to Artak and Daughters that was donated by the gun cleaners. So that might be something you could look at as a cleaning solution.
There's plenty of people on the internet for ultrasonic or the wet tumble systems. I believe the recipe is as simple as Dawn dishwashing liquid and some Lemmy Shine. Uh, uh, I bet it works better than the stuff you buy. The, Everything that
Yeah,
I've ever seen with the Lemmy Shine, I mean, they come out golden. Okay, but really, you just need them clean. Okay, that how clean you want to get it, that's kind of on you. You know what I mean? Uh,
yeah,
being shiny and prettier doesn't mean it's a more accurate round. But there's it's just how you want to do it. There, you can do all three if you want to, and if you're doing like when you get to reloading rifle and stuff, you're gonna have to lube your cases when you're sizing your necks and things. So you're gonna need like a second bath after the first bath, and to to get the lube off your cases. So people do like all three steps, two steps, repeat the steps. But yeah, there's different ways to do what you want to do for cleaning.
I
There's
have
people
case lube.
there's people that can just hell, you can put it in a bottle of soap and water and shake it around, rinse it off, and sit in the sun, dry it, and reload it. I mean, it doesn't have to go through a $200 machine.
yeah. The
It's
I
kind of
figure
like
it all.
Mario was saying about people building their own stuff and coming up with new ideas. You know what I mean? People just have their different ways of doing it. But tumble cleaning, that's a that's a very popular option. If you build your own, though, the media is pretty expensive. But yeah, the equipment for tumbling is kind of expensive. Ultrasonic, of course, gets a little expensive. So the dry media is kind of like your cheaper way to go equipment wise.
So I got a quick question for dry media. Um, what's like? Would you use like walnut shells or?
Yeah, you get walnut shells or you get corn cob. Okay, like walnut shells will clean it really good, and corn cob will like polish it extra shiny. I actually just pour in a little bit of both, and I kind of run mine a long time. I'll run mine a few hours if I want to, but really after about 45 minutes or an hour, you pull the cases out, and they kind of might be about as clean as they're going to get, but they just kind of maybe polish up a little more for a couple hours. But I kind of find it relaxing actually. Like you know that the ocean sound music that you can get or whatever to relax you. I kind of find that tumbler relaxes me. I'll fall asleep in the chair if I got that thing running.
So
But it's a cheaper way to go, and you just got to pour it out. And I got a separator tumbler. It's just like a lidded hinged Tupperware kind of thing with a little cheap basket in it, and you just pour them in there, spin it around a little bit, get the loose pieces to fall out, and they're pretty much done. Like I said, I brush them with my case prep center. That only takes a few minutes for a whole great big batch, and they're ready to go.
now, do you get your media from a certain place or just like
Yeah,
I can go to Harbor Freight, I can go to
Yeah.
Lowe's, I can go to Home Depot and get the same stuff that you run through like a sandblaster. Anyone?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I get mine from my gun store or a firearms place. There's a number associated with it if you look in the directions like walnut cob number 24 or something like that. So I'm not sure if you could find it at like Lowe's or anything, but I'm sure
It
there's
might.
ways to
I,
find
I, I'm
bulk
sorry, I
of
didn't
it.
hear
I'm
the
sure.
question. What was your question? Sorry.
He's wanting to know if you could get dry media, like the walnut shell and the corn cob and stuff. He's wanting to know if you could find that like at Lowe's, Home Depot, a substitute.
Might be bigger chunks than like the sound blasting stuff. I would think.
Because I know you can get different sized like
I could have
walnut
swore
media.
Harbor Freight. I could have swore Harbor Freight sells that because they sell their own tumblers there.
Yeah, is it the same media as what they use in the
It's
sandblaster that
similar.
they also?
It's similar, but I would always tell you um, to probably go with the stuff that's recommended by the manufacturer, just so you know. And the reason why I do is just so that if you come to them with an issue of something that you did or it's not working adequately, the first thing they'll tell you, man, is like, did you use our product? So, but yeah, Harbor Freight does make one that's for that same application, so it should work. Oh, Kingpin's here.
Yeah,
Welcome, Mr. Kingpin. I saw Andy 79Z28 out in the crowd. If you want to jump on the panel too and talk reloading, the link is definitely out there for you. Or if Miss Vanessa Kitty wants to jump on, because I know she was saying that she had a press. The link is out in the crowd. Go ahead, click it, and I've got enough room for another person to come on, and
Yeah, if you need, G, just drop me because I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on like you guys.
real
I
quick,
don't know any of it. I just have a bunch of questions and what I've heard.
the dry tumble media. The thing about it though, because I've tried adding a lot of things and playing with some of it to see what happens. Uh, if you watch what's happening when it's turned on and it's vibrating, um, there's a flow to that material. And it's like an ocean wave, and your shells are rumbling, tumbling, and they're filling up with the media and they're pouring back out. That stuff has to like flow into the inside of that case and flow back out during the tumbling process. And like when you pick it up and turn it up, all the powder should just like come out of it instantly. So something too thick is not going to work. It's not going to have the flow that's needed to do its job to clean and polish. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I was thinking about, like the
So like
sandblaster.
yes, it might not be the same. I do know the media that I buy. Once you're in the directions, it does have some kind of like basic grade number. Like I said, like walnut number 24 or something, or corn cob number 18 or something. So there might be some kind of standard where you can buy bulk, but uh it's a little pricey. I think I'm paying about 15, 16, $17 uh, for I don't know how many pounds it comes in, but usually my vibrator tumbler holds about half of a bag, and it'll last quite a long time. I just let it go until it seems like it's not really cleaning as fast as it used to, or I added some stupid stuff to it and I didn't like it. I've thrown polish. I threw car wax polish in it, a couple squirts of liquid polish, and it really shines and brightens up the brass a lot. That's a little trick you can do with it, and it comes with some white powder that you put in it, and that'll help polish your cases a little bit if you're wanting that golden color. But the only drawback is, I would say, is the noise. It's very loud.
So, Mister Kingpin, what you have some information you wanna give us?
Yeah, as far as the medium goes, Harbor Freight, I know Mario mentioned it, but when you order from Harbor Freight, you can order different types of abrasiveness, I guess you could tell. Say, I guess that you can get it down to real fine powder all the way up to basically throwing a full walnut at whatever you want to sandblast. So if you're concerned, like Jason was saying, the flow and all that kind of stuff, you probably want to go with a real fine medium. Plus the corrosion that's going to be on a case, as long as it's not like one you dug up out of the ground from 50 years ago or whatever, your basic ash or gunpowder residue and stuff like that, it'll come right off with a fine to very fine medium.
Well, I would like to add though, just common knowledge, but it's worth repeating. Either either the liquid in a ultrasonic machine or a tumbler, or this dry media, once you throw spent cases in there to clean them up, your media just became like very poison. So you need to keep that in mind. For children or yourself, or don't be handling your reloading stuff and putting your hands in your mouth. Stuff like that, like you're rinsing your stuff out, or pouring out your water from your cleaning, or the getting rid of your dry powder. Don't pour it in the yard where the dog can go lick it back up. You know.
Definitely is some good advice um, on not wanting to throw it out there for animals.
Yeah, don't let the dry media. Your kids might think it looks like a sandbox or something. You know what I mean? Brand new, it's safe, but after it's getting contaminated with gunpowder and mercury and everything else, it becomes a health concern. You got to be smart about your stuff. Like I said, you don't want to pour the liquid out there and let your dog lick it up.
So, Mr. Kingpin, do you reload?
Currently, no. I've got a bunch of brass saved up, and I've got a press and some dies and stuff like that. I just haven't taken the time to actually get started yet. My goal is to this winter start reloading, so that way next summer comes around, I should be comfortable enough, have enough of my own data to be able to punch out rounds for myself.
And that's another thing I was going to talk about. Some like reloading, like the data books. Does everyone keep like data books? Because I know Jamie has like 40,000 books that he writes down almost every load that he does.
Well,
Yeah,
are you
I
talking
would
about your
think that it's
personal notebook?
necessary.
You talking about personal notebook or buying a reloading manual?
When you work up your own, like your personal, or like, hey, this firearm does great with this bullet grain weight with this powder load, stuff like that.
Yeah, you keep a little notebook if you want. When you get you a little ammo box, okay? The plastic like MTMs or maybe Planos or somebody, you get you a reloading box. It'll come with labels, and when whatever batch you just loaded, you fill out your little label right there, right? And it's what you're in search of is the perfect load for you. Right? Yeah. I mean, it may not take a while to get to it. You may try different powders and different powder weights and this and that, but eventually you'll find the recipe that you want the best. And you mark every single box of ammo that you make, every single one, you'll label it, and you'll soon just have that recipe that you like. Of course, you may write it down, but you'll probably never forget it. And like you'll keep your powder measure and your other stuff set for that load, right?
Well, let me add something to that because actually I have my own binders and I have my own little load data that I put in it. The reason why I do that is because once you start getting yourself in the rabbit hole, a lot of your friends have different types of molds
Yeah.
of bullets that they'll send you with different weights and all kinds of other stuff. And unfortunately, as much as you may like tight group for all your pistol needs, you're not always going to have tight group in the store, so you might need to do load data for power pistol or for any other powder that's out there. So I think that's the reason why I do it, because I know for a fact that I'm thankful that I have great friends and they will send me bullets, but they're all different and they're all different molds and different configurations and sometimes different weights. So it's just so that you stay within that same parameter of the last time you shot it. You write your stuff down and you keep it for future use. The other thing that I have a tendency of doing it is that if for some reason later on you really get knee deep into the rabbit hole, you get what do they call those things? The chronometers or what? The ones
Chronograph.
that yeah, there you go. You get one of those, and then you start testing how your loads are going, how fast they are, all that kind of stuff. So having all that data there really really helps. So it's just a matter of what works for you. And for me, I have to write a lot of my own stuff on there because it really helps. I also have a tendency of putting my notes on stuff that didn't work,
Yeah.
because sometimes, regardless of how good you might think, you might make a mistake and make 100 rounds of stuff that didn't work for you earlier. Like, for example, I have a tendency of using everything that I do for a 9 millimeter. I base it based on my ZZ. The reason why is because CZ, the barrel has very tight tolerance on there. So if I know that whatever stuff I do when I do the plunk test, and that's something we can talk about later, when I do a plunk test on there, and I make sure that my rounds are squared away and all that, if I know it runs on a CZ well, it's going to run well on my Sig, it's going to run well on my Smith and Wesson, it's going to run well on my Glock. So once you get to that level and you start understanding that aspect of it, then that's when you really get dialed in, and then that's when you really you really start enjoying the hobby even more.
Yeah, I just got a chronograph the other day in the mail. Haven't had a chance to use it, but if even if you don't have a chronograph, what you were talking about keeping a logbook, if you're a tech savvy guy, there's apps out there that you can make keep your own shooting data on. But this chronograph that I bought links right to my tablet and my phone, and you can fill out everything about these rounds, keep your data, name it, number it. It's got the temperature, it's got the humidity, it's got everything on it, and you put all your load data in it, and then it'll record up to 99 strings for that load, that it'll keep in storage, keep in file. You can zip it over to your laptop, your computer. You can write it down. You can do whatever with it. So, like the older ones, like you'd have to write the numbers down, like Paul Harrell does. This one does it all on an app. It even talks it out loud, tells you what the reading was. So, I'm looking forward to playing with that.
One of the good things about keeping handwritten notes on all your load data or your casting data is if you run into an issue, then you don't have to guess about. Say you run into an issue, you got this load and it's just not performing the way you'd expect it to. Then you can come to Jason or Mario or the reloading chats or whatever, and instead of them trying to guess a million different things, well, what kind of powder, how much powder, this, you can just say, here's what I did for these rounds. I put this powder in here, this much of it. I cast this bullet. It was this hard. I, swaged the blah 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 blah, and it'll help diagnose whatever problem you're having a whole lot faster too. And Jason, like he was saying, with technology today, if you're gonna reload a lot, like Jamie's probably got a closet full of handwritten notes, and 100 closets full of handwritten notes fits on a quarter of a cheap $10 thumb drive that you can get from your grocery store. So keep all your stuff on the computer, zip it over to the thumb drive, and you've got a gigabyte worth of room to keep notes on. And if anything ever goes wrong, you've got that little thumb drive right there with you.
Yeah, like Mario was bringing up well, one thing you got to know too. He was talking about doing a plunk test. He's going with the tightest chamber that he knows is going to fit all his guns. But you may worked hard on a particular load for even your pistol, and you've worked everything out. You've tried every combination. You got something that really shoots accurate. You love this. This is your go-to round. That recipe might not work perfect in a different gun, right? So for that gun, you might need to tweak things a little bit more. So there's where your notes are going to come into play. And like Mario was saying, you can't always get your favorite powder, or you can't always get your favorite bullets. So like you're keeping notes for the results that's happening off of your pistol. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like your own log book, captain's log for your equipment and what you did. That's where you kind of learn from your own experience.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was, thinking. Have you come up with any more questions there, Mr. Foss?
Not really. Nothing that would help the channel out.
I know G23 last night you were mentioning having limited space to set up your reloading stuff. Or looking for a table or a bench or something like that?
Oh, I know that it was talked about last night in chat. No, yeah, when I that's what when I buy the new house, I'm gonna have my own like space that's going to be just for like my gun stuff. My YouTube studio, my reloading, all that. There's going to be one room that's just dedicated just to that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, that's kind of where I've kind of held off getting into reloading, is because I want to wait till I have my own dedicated space, and I can have like 100% control of what goes on in that space.
All right. Well, with that being said, if you've got a room that you can lay out however you want to, uh, unfortunately, Dead Horse isn't around as much. Dead Horse is a great one, but Echo's got like a reloading bench. AR Guns 1776 has got a big reloading bench. So maybe if you're trying to get set up like that, I know those two dudes could help you out a lot. And if you're trying to get into a lot of stuff into a small space, check with Rick Mitchell over on Rick's Life, because he sits right there where he does his show at and just reloads right there. And what's he take up, Jason? About 2 square feet of space for his
Yeah,
reloading stuff.
he's using the Lee triangle stand for the Lee presses. Yeah, get stuff a little bit at a time, figure it out. One of my problems was I started out, trying to find the perfect bench, the perfect stand, the perfect layout. Is this going to be comfortable? This or that. You start out, you kind of don't know what you want. You're running all these decisions. What if this, or what about this or that? You know what I mean, for my reloading stuff. You just got to get into it, and no matter what equipment you start out with or what you got, uh, right off the bat, pretty quick within the first week of using the equipment you got, you'll already figure something out. Like, man, I don't like this, or I like this aspect a lot, or this product here kind of sucks, or I'm fighting with this all night long, this primer system, whatever. You'll kind of learn real quick what you like and what you don't like, and then you'll move on. You'll be like, well, I need to buy that tool right there, or I need to buy that press or that product. It'll develop on its own. It's like you plant the main drive for reloading. Before you can step one or anything, you got to have the passion for it. You got to have the desire to be excited about the silly little newbie things about it. But the good thing is that the reloaders and the people around you, they're not picking on you because you're new. Reloaders want to help. They want to share what they know. They want to give you good advice. Uh, it's just it's another aspect of things, man. So like I said, the main focus is to have the passion of wanting to reload, and just keep that fire alive, man. And you'll end up a reloader.
You're definitely in the right place too. Uh, Andy's out there, Vanessa's out there. Travis P11. Squib Load. Both Travis is new in the reloading. Squib is another one who I would probably consider kind of an expert. Foose, we all know Foose goes through 60,000 rounds a year and he reloads every one of his own rounds. Ocean's 10 Man, PC Bullet Empire. There's just so many dudes. William C. Chapin. All of them have channels of their own, and all of them have stacks and stacks. Mario, right here. Mario's super knowledgeable about reloading, and he's in the casting now. So you've got a ton of high quality people who know a ton of stuff.
Yeah, and you got people that's got every press and gadget in the world, and you got people that's got the bare minimum too. So it really is a good community. And like I said, everybody over at that Georgia Shooting Connection has just helped me out every single time. Very polite people, very Southern gentlemen. I like that channel a whole lot. I guess I have to thank Kingpin for that because I think he's the one that steered me there the first time. And yeah, a bunch of good group. Mario's from that crowd, and yeah, man, I wouldn't have gotten as far as I have without them. That is for sure.
Yeah, we got a question from Mr. FNH who says, how long would a 16 pound of Hodgdon CFE powder for pistol or rifle last when reloading common calibers like 223, 308, 9mm, and 45 ACP?
That's a question either Jason or Mario we're gonna have to answer.
Well, there's 7,000 grains in 1 pound, and just to put in a basic ballpark, everything of those, the 9mm, the 45s, or any of that, you're gonna look around. Just call it 5 grains of powder. So I don't have the calculator. What is that? 1,200? 1,200 rounds.
Roughly.
Okay, so that's 1,200 rounds per pound. But now you got to look at most rifle is going to take 50 grains of powder. So you're going to get what, 125 rounds out of a pound of powder for rifle.
So Vanessa Kitty says there's roughly 112,000 grains per 16 pounds.
Yeah.
So you can probably say roughly you're going to get what? Let's say 12, 13,000 rounds on the safe side.
Says my calculator thinks it said 20,000 rounds.
Yeah, I was factoring if you do pistol and rifle, you're probably going to lose a little bit. So somewhere I'd say, yeah, 12, 13,000 roughly.
Yeah, you see my example earlier. The rifle is 10 times the powder as pistol.
Yep.
So when you're reloading pistol, the quantity of powder you need to buy or expend or factor into your each cost per round, you know what I mean? It's pretty low. You know, I mean the powder is not your main concern with a pistol, but you see as a rifle, you need lots of powder, and the price becomes very important because, like I said, you're only getting 120 rounds for that same $30 of powder that you're getting 1,200 rounds of 9mm for. So
Yeah.
there's the pinch.
If you're buying, from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong, but if you're buying 16 pounds of it, then you buy another 16 pound. Where you live, you're gonna definitely want to be real conscious about your climate, because with the humidity and the rain that at least I think that Oregon's supposed to get, they always say Oregon and Washington is always raining, I guess. So be aware, you don't want your powder to get wet.
Yeah, and the thing is you can store it in your safe with a goldenrod to help with humidity. But
you can just store it, man. Put it in a cabinet, put it on a shelf. Like I don't know. I think what's the national standard? Whatever. Put it in a wooden box is what they say or something. But if it's unopened, never been opened from the factory, I wouldn't even worry about it, man. You just put it in a nice comfy spot, it'd be fine.
But right, we don't like a lot of people like that haven't been out here to the west coast. They'll talk all the crap about how Oregon or especially like Seattle, everyone's, oh, it's always raining in Seattle. It's actually probably not raining as much as you think. Um, even that, when it does rain, you don't have the heat that's going to cause your high humidity. So you're not going to get like a bunch of rain and then have 80-degree days. It doesn't swing like that.
Well, I'm just saying, I wouldn't store powder in it with a goldenrod. I would use like maybe desiccant packs or something. Because remember, like I'm not going to be a super scientist about it, but like with the goldenrod, what it's doing, it's like it's raising relative humidity, right? Relative to like what's outside or outside the door of its container. You know what I mean? It's not that efficient of a process, and the powder unopened from the factory should be fine. Even in like a jungle climate. You know, it's open that you'll want to take care of it, but man, 16-gallon jugs, man, that's quite of a big deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
you
came
got
out from Mr. F and H.
You're going to be dealing with little pound jars. You know what I mean? Maybe 5-pound little jugs. Yeah, just as long as you put the cap back on it, seal it, you should be fine, man. It should work from Antarctica to Afghanistan, man.
Andy says don't store it in a safe. I guess he's probably along the same lines as what you're saying, Jason. The internal climate of a safe or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, that goldenrod stuff's kind of, I don't know. I see that as kind of iffy, man. I don't know. Maybe if you live in the swamp or something, but you
I think
you want a
it
metal
definitely.
box to. Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it definitely helps a metal device like a firearm, but I don't think it's really gonna help powder per se, because it's gonna start messing with the humidity, and the last thing you want is for that thing to get wet or have some sort of moisture on it. Um, I think it just really depends where you live and what areas you want to store your powder. I mean, for me, I live in Central California. I live in the valley, and I mean, my summers get here between 100 to 115. So obviously, I can't leave any powder in the garage. I have to put it in an area where it's uh, you know, pretty much at the what do they call that? I'm trying to think of the name here. Basically, you just want to put it at room temperature, so that you're not having to mess with it. The good, luckily for me, we have very very dry heat here, so that really makes my powders last quite a bit. I would always say that there's those desiccant packets, and there's also I know that we put these a lot on the safes. I have those in my safes, but I also have it where I store my ammunition and my powders. I don't know if you guys know about these electronic looking that are kind of like that electronic desiccant kind of thing, where you charge it up and then it gives you those orange bubbles and stuff, and you put that in there. You
Yeah,
can put it in a safe or in an area where you got your
when you don't have electric.
ammunition and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
So I mean that's
one of
another
those.
way you can go. Yeah.
You talk about the rechargeable dehumidifying things for your safe.
Yes. I like those as well. I like those especially for ammo. They really help because in reality um, you don't have to have like a source. And I'm just like you. I'm not really trustworthy of those golden rods. I really think in the long run those are kind of hurting powders. They might work well with firearms, but I don't think it's gonna work well with a powder for your firearms.
I think if you're going to buy a modern house, like you're not going to get ready to move out to some log cabin like Rick's going to do, but you're going to go buy a modern house. If you kept it in your reloading room, just off in the corner on the table, and the lid sealed, you should be fine. Andy was mentioning that if you keep it in the safe and if it explodes, then you got yourself a pretty big bomb.
Well, it's gonna like catch on fire. It's not really gonna explode. Yeah, trapped in a safe, it could. But I just keep mine. Ran out of room on a couple shelves. I just got like wooden bookcase shelves, and I put the powder on it. I go to the store to buy it. It's just sitting there on the counter. On a shelf. I mean, in the same just open room and nothing special. So, it came there in a cardboard box with shrink wrap on it off a semi truck. Nobody seemed to care. They just put it on the shelf. Don't seem to care. So I just keep mine, dry up on a shelf. You know,
Yeah, modern.
I knew there was something about if you got 50 pounds of it, they want it in a 1 inch thick wooden box or something like that. But I don't think the ATF enforces that. I think that's like the fire chief or something.
Yeah, and I don't know. I doubt that I would be having 20 pounds of powder.
You know how much 20 pounds of powder?
Oh yeah, you will. Oh yeah, you will. Oh, quick and easy. 20 pounds of powder is really nothing. It's really not nothing. Like I said,
It's
especially if you're
expensive.
doing rifle. Yeah, I mean it's nothing. That's nothing. I'm like concerned. Like people say there is no limit, but I believe I saw something one time that said 50-pound limit, and you think like 50 pounds. That's insane. No, that's really not. That's like saying I can't have more than 50 boxes of primers.
Right? But I know, like, when I first start getting into it, I'm going to be sticking with, a few small rounds. 40. I'm going to do 40. I'll definitely be doing 45 Colt, like I said, because it's really hard to find and it's just ridiculous price if you do find it. But
I got 26 pounds of pistol powder. Almost all of it's Winchester 231 for 45s. I don't know, maybe 10 or less of it's tight group, and I got looks like I don't know four maybe bottles of auto comp, and that's just powder for 9mm and 45 ACP. That's not even for a rifle or anything, and I don't think that's very much.
no,
It's two like entertainment size bookcase shelf things that got tinted glass doors on them. It's one full one and a quarter or halfway of another one full. It's not like a great big taking up a whole shitload of area. It's just a bunch of little round bottles, man. But that, like I said, that's just three types of powder. Just three brands of powder. So I mean that's that it sounds like a crazy amount, but it's really not. If you had 26 cans of pop stacked up in corner, you wouldn't think that was a whole bunch or nothing.
Do you have a bunch of 40 brass saved up? Gee.
so this is what. Oh, see, the lighting sucks, but yeah, this is the 45 Colt, and you're talking for 20, 25 rounds of that. It was $40.
Yeah, I'm sitting on my last 2 boxes of 45 Colt right now. I got the gun cleaned and set off into the corner, and I'm not going to go through that stuff. My friend's dad got a lever action 45 Colt before he went and checked how much the ammo was, and then he called me up and was like, "Hey, you got any of that ammo?" And I was like, "No, nope."
That 45 Colt is pricey. It was pricey before COVID.
Yep. This is that Barnes. So it's not the cheap stuff.
Do you have any 40 Smith & Wesson brass saved up?
I have right around 6,000 rounds.
Oh, nice, cool. Yeah, that's an excellent start.
That's just unshot ammo.
No, no, I was talking about like casings that you can start with. Like,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, good, man. That's an excellent start. I probably got I got a few thousand rounds of ready to fire ammo and probably a few thousand rounds of it cased up once fired.
Where you get to shoot at G23?
Mountains. Right now, I can't do any because the state's on fire. So
Oh, okay. Well, when you do go shooting, what you want, go get you a big tarp. The bigger,
See-
the better.
what I'm
To-
thinking, what I was thinking, because I know where you're going with this, but I'm on a hillside, so a tarp is just gonna give it a slick place to roll down the mountain.
Oh man, you're gonna have to come up with something because I'm telling you, once
So
you start reloading, you
what
will not let a piece of brass stay there, man.
I've
You'll
already thought about this.
you'll be mad if your friend takes one of your pieces of brass, man. I'm telling you, it'll be like that.
This is my I've thought about this because I was thinking, well, even if I don't reload, I know a friggin' enough people that do reload. I can always just send my brass to them. Um, so I've been thinking about, you can get the fishing nets.
You can get a brass catcher on a for
Yeah, but
shooting fishing.
you can get the fishing net, the big huge fishing nets that are on telescoping poles, so you can adjust it depending upon you know everything, and you can just be next to it, and you can pick those up dirt cheap. And you could get 5 or 6 of them, so that if you want to set up, like I'm going to be moving, so I'm going to be working on like drills and stuff. You don't have to go, okay, well, I'm going to shoot in this position and now I need to remove. No, you can have just different um, nets set up and stuck in the ground, and you can just go up and stand next to them and start shooting. And then you go to the next station and you're shooting, so you have it where it's already there to be able to catch, and it would be able to catch your rifle ammo and your pistol ammo.
Yeah, I
What
would
I
recommend using butterfly nets. The fishing nets are going to have too much. The rounds are going to fall right through the big hash marks. So you're going to want to use a butterfly net that's a whole lot tighter woven.
or you can
Yeah,
go
they,
to you can go to Walmart and get what's called a laundry bag, and you can use that material and like replace just use the frame from the fishing net and replace the fishing net with that laundry bag material.
well, they have different size
Yeah.
holes. I mean, you can get your thicker, big holed fishing nets, and then you can get the ones that are kind of like what Kingpin's talking about for like butterflies or whatever. But you can get all of those on telescoping poles that all have like a good 4 or 5 foot opening, or maybe not, but in circumference. You can get a big gigantic hole for so this way you don't have to like, oh, I'm trying to hit this small hole, or if you're gonna, because there's times where like I'm shooting my 23, or I'm shooting the wife's sig, or we take out other, take out the AR, take out the AK and stuff, and so having to switch brass catchers between your firearms, or have brass catchers for every single one.
Well,
You're gonna start getting into spending way too much money. So that's
sort
where
your
I was
brass.
looking at. Yeah, that's why I was thinking just getting the fish nets so that I can just catch it all and then dump it into buckets and be done with it.
So how I do mine, man. You got to get a bunch of ammo boxes I was talking about, and I like these flat square ones. They hold 100 pistol rounds, like MTMs or something like that. And you can get them color coordinated to kind of organize your stuff if you want. But anyways, even if I got factory ammo that I'm going through, I take those empty boxes with me, and if it's my ones I've reloaded, if I take 100 rounds and I shoot 100 rounds, I'm taking 100 pieces of brass home. I pick up my empties and pour them, and they'll kind of help fall in there. But I stack them back in, and I reload an empty box, and I'll search and look around on the ground for 10 or 15 minutes to find that last one or two. I am not leaving without my brass for any reason. It better have flew up on the roof and got caught in the gut or something, and I can't get it back. I'm taking it. If it hits the ground, I'm taking it. It's mine. It's mine. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I used to just go and blow through ammo. You know what I mean? And just leave it on the ground and walk away and go home, not think nothing about it. Now I'll go shoot, 45. I'll go shoot 7, 8 rounds, and I'll put the gun down on the bench, and I'm out there counting. I'm picking up 7 or 8 shells, or I'll just hunt there forever till I find it. I will not leave not one piece, man. I've tried to give up before, packed everything up, got my bags ready to head to the truck, and I went, nope, I'll still go looking around. I'll go try areas, because you'd be surprised how far 1 or 2 stragglers will fly, man. You might find that thing 20 feet away, man.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, the largemouth fish nets. It's this way you have a larger circumference in case you're, because every firearm, even when you're ejecting, it doesn't just hit the same pattern. You're going to have erratic, where they don't hit the same exact spot every single time. So it's nice to have something larger to be able to catch that.
Especially like I talked a minute ago about how much powder it is your rifle brass. If you're reloading for a rifle, there's no respectful reloader is going to leave one piece of brass on the ground. You have cleaned that brass, you have annealed it, you have sized it, you have worked it, you have trimmed it, you have babied it, you've damn near inventoried every bit of it. You are not going to go out there and shoot that one round and leave it lay on the ground. You're going to want every bit of your brass. And if there's somebody there that doesn't want their brass, you want every piece of their brass too, man.
Yeah. I know Vanessa's talking about that the range she goes to won't allow you to collect your own brass.
That's communism.
And so, I mean, there's a couple ranges around me, and I could break down and go get a range membership. But yeah, that would be a big qualifying factor. If I can't, get my own brass, then what good is it for me to sit there and spend $100 a year just to be able to go shoot at your range, and I can't collect my own brass because I'm going to, so that I'm not saving any money, reloading really, because each time I got to put out new brass.
Can you get to your range? Can you get to your range regardless of the weather? I mean, obviously, if there's 7 feet of snow on the ground, you ain't going nowhere. But I'm talking about if there's 6 inches of snow on the ground, or if it's raining, or if it's 7 degrees outside. Can you still go to the range you go to now?
Yeah, my range that I go to now is the mountains.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, you can get there. Like, if it was 10 degrees below zero and you wanted to go right now and shoot, you could just go right now and shoot.
Yeah, Yeah.
Okay. Then there's no reason for you to go to a range.
Yeah, the only reason why I've contemplated a range membership is so that, like, this time of the year when we're in heavy fire season and it's red flag extreme risk outside, I can still shoot. I can still go to
Yeah,
the
but
range
you
and I
can
can
go to
shoot.
any range. You can go to any range and pay a day pass.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I mean, obviously, if it's $700 for a day pass and the membership's only $25, I get it. You know, some companies suck like that. But if you just, how much do you shoot during this time? Like, if your forest wasn't on fire, would you be out there every weekend or just
Oh yeah.
once in a while?
Oh, I'd be out there like every weekend, probably 100 rounds minimum.
Well, then paying for a range might not be a bad idea because I pay for my range a year membership and it's only $60. If I didn't pay it, it'd be $10 a time, and I go every weekend. So, in a few weeks, I've already paid for my stuff. I just have a bunch of rules, like I can't do all the cool stuff you guys do at your range.
Yeah, so the range, the closest range to my house, so, you know, you have to look at what the calendar is because you may not be able to use the outdoor range because they're running, you know, like a 3-gun cowboy action competition, or they're doing, you know, certain training and stuff like that. So you may not be able to use all of the indoor pistol range, you know, because they're running a CCW class. So, you know, there you have all that to think about. But the other nice thing about if I go with this range that I've been looking at is being wanting to get back into fishing. You have your own private fishing area right there at the range, you know, right by the range,
I'd be all over that.
and it's a roughly about I think it's about $100 a year. You have your own private hiking trails. There's barbecue pits and stuff like that where, like, say everybody came into town, you can go there and have like a huge barbecue with places to sit, you know, picnic areas and stuff like that. So yeah, there's lots of good things about it. So that's kind of the reason why I've thought about. But some of the people that do have memberships there talk about how there's range Nazis.
The range Nazis.
Yeah, you know, another thing I want to talk about. I know that Jason already talked about this in regards to the brass. I actually got into an altercation with this guy because he was taking my 5.56 brass. He was like right next to me, and he had one of these little pole things with the, you know, it has like a little wire ball looking thing, and you know, you pass it through on the ground, and it picks up brass. And I kept telling the dude, "Hey man, I'm keeping my brass. Please don't take it." And this dude did it twice. I went over there and I got on his face, man. I told him, "Look, man, you take my brass one more fucking time, I swear to God, I'm gonna fuck you up." I told him straight out like that. And, you know, I'm telling you, you will get pissed off, man. I'm telling you, people will piss you off. So if you have a brass catcher, that's the best way, man. You can avoid so much confrontation because, you know, people right now, especially how crazy things are, they're wanting to keep their brass or take as much brass as they can. So just kind of keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And with that being said, guys, I'm gonna leave you guys, but it was thanks for bringing me into the chat, G23 panel. You guys are awesome. Side chat, much love. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. You guys take care of yourselves.
Yep. Thanks
Wait a
for
moment.
coming
See you
on
later,
and
man.
sharing your information.
Yeah, no worries, brothers. Talk to you guys later.
So this is the picnic grounds that's part of this. You got all access to this. There's fishing. This is your own private fishing area. Archery, if you want to get into archery, they have spots that you can do archery. Shotgun. You can get out and do trap and 5-gun or 5-stand. So there's a bunch of different stuff like that. This is pistol. They've got different, so you can have different kinds of, and indoor, outdoor. Um, and again, you've got rifle ranges. Now, there's some LSU colors right there, or Husky colors, depending on how you want to look at it. So you've got your outdoor range, pretty standard. If you look at the calendar, there's a bunch of different different things going on. So like today, they had the 5-stand open. Rifle range was, I don't think it was open. So yeah. So yeah, you have a bunch of different and let's look at what the membership costs. Oh yeah, and they do a bunch of like hunter safety and stuff like that for kids and different kinds of things for the kids. So it's $96 a year. Due annually in June or prorated for each month remaining until the following July.
That doesn't seem bad.
Yeah.
An indoor pistol range here with all the range Nazis, and you can't pick up your brass, and you can't shoot reloads, and you can't shoot green tip, and all those rules is like $360 a year, or basically $30 if you don't have a membership. It basically costs you $30 for 2 or 3 hours in the place.
So how far away do you live from that place, G?
It's about a 15-minute drive, about 8 minutes if I go freeway.
I mean, it seems like a pretty cool deal with all the variety of stuff you get to do, even if you don't shoot there. I mean, you could still go up to the woods and shoot and just do all the other stuff. So it sounds like a pretty cool deal. Like I said, I don't know all the negative things. You know all those, so you'd have to weigh out if they're that negative or not.
Yeah, like I have never actually been there. I've thought about going and doing the date pass just to see um, how everything turns out. I see Andy says he's got to bail, so thanks for stopping by, and see you Friday night on Georgia Shooting Connection.
See, Andy. Yeah, we got a. You guys got a
And
state park. It's got a range.
So here you've got forestry and the BLM land that you can shoot in as long as there's not fire restrictions. And right now we got fire restrictions, so absolutely no discharging of firearms in that area. And there's state lands that also you can go. There's maps online where you can and can't go shooting. Of course, you know, at the forestry lands, you can't be like, okay, well, I'm going to go and pay for a weekend at the campgrounds and then I'm just going to shoot from my campsite. Well, no, because there's like massive amount of people that are going to be in that area. So you have to be safe about it. When, you know, we all know that kind of crap.
Well, I mean, like your state park doesn't have a designated range.
Nope. Not that I, none.
We got one that just got built that was $7.5 million. It's totally useless. I've never been there, and I'll never go there. State park for me is a 15-minute drive, and it's like a 30. The range itself is like 30 seconds away from my dealer, and it went to this range at the state park my entire life. Everybody I ever known went there. They didn't give you much. They gave you a hill for the pistols, and they gave you a hill, you know, 75, 100 yards out for the rifle. And they threw down a couple picnic tables, man. That's all you got. But it was like that for like my entire lifetime, man. Like 45 years, that's how it was. I go there one day to use it, and it's chained off. It's gated off. Nope. Shut down for construction. Be ready next summer. I'm like, what the hell? And they put out all these advertisements of all this stuff they were building and going to build all this and sidewalks and parking lots and all this crap. Took them 3 years to get it done. They end up moving it down the road a little ways and cockeying it and doing all this stuff. And for $7.5 million, they put up basically a pole barn building, fenced it in to make that an office. Got a couple great big huge air conditioners on it, and they gave you a pistol range that's probably got 5, 6 stations at the most at it. They gave you a couple stations on the rifle, and then a whole shitload places to do archery. But here's the catch: it took 3 years to do it, $7.5 million, and it's never open. It closes before you get off work at night. It closes at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon or something. Or it's like you can't use it Monday through Friday at all in the evening. It's only open for a little time on the weekends, and you have to go down to either my gun store or some local places and buy a day permit and pay to use it every single day. But they paid for it off our tax dollars, and it's our state park, and it was like free forever. And now they did all this, and it's not even usable. Like I said, it's never open. You can never go there.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to bail out and head over to a wrestling chat with Mr. Rich White. So thanks for putting the link out there and let me hop on, G. Always good hanging out with you and Foss, and of course, hang out with Jason all the time. Anytime you need any information about reloading, I'm sure Jason's willing to give you whatever, but if you need people's contact information, let me know, and I'll put you in touch with whoever I can, man. So good luck, and y'all have a good night.
Thank you, and
Yeah, see
definitely
that?
will get in touch with you because I got to get a hold of Jamie. He wanted me to email him. I sent him a message. I believe I used the right one on Instagram, but I have not heard anything back from him. So,
I'll get you his information. That's no problem.
okay. Well, have a good wrestling chat.
All right, boys. Have a good night.
See
Yep.
that, man?
And so, Relationship says I've shot high power rifle matches there. So, he's pretty familiar with the range that I was just showing. So he must be another fellow Oregonian or somewhere close by that he can get to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be hopping off here soon too. But, wanted to bring up yet my source information and knowledge and advice to go to is the Georgia Shooting Connection. Go to their YouTube page. Go to his chat. It's not really Jamie's chat. It's Jamie and Kyle and Chico
Yep.
and Willie's Bullet Man's in there. Sharonda's in there. Just all kinds of different guests that come and go through there. Like you
CW Longshot.
it's a source of information, of good, honest information from good people that's got to be extremely rare to find. I mean, there's the one thing about it's great. It's reloading. No politics over there. Okay, they don't do politics in the news or anything. It's reloading, and they're giving you knowledge that they've gained over years of experience. Man, I'll just say it that way. They're not brand loyal driven. They're not anything driven. They're some good, honest people, man. And that, like, if you're into reloading, interested in it, or into casting or anything, I mean, that's the place to go. That's the place to be. And like you also mentioned,
I think Chico heard his name a couple times.
yeah, the Reloading Network was that I forgot to mention too. It's kind of like YouTube or like GunTube, but you can go over there and it's just all reloading or testing the ammo and stuff.
Yep. Well, thanks, Chico. I threw the link in the chat earlier. If you have a few minutes and you want to talk reloading, I can definitely throw that link back out there. So yeah. Yep. And he says that he's up there in the Portland area. So yeah.
I think Chico's got a Dillon machine, man.
Yeah.
He'd be a good guy to steer you in the use of and setting up a Dillon.
I know if I go with the Dillon or any of the progressives, I'm definitely gonna go with having two different tables, so I can have one set up for like 40 and one set up for the 45 Colts, since those are my two primary that I'm going to be starting out with. And then again, if I go on to other ones, I'll probably just keep adding the shelves or tables or whatever they're.
Your caliber exchange is what you mean. Your shell plates and your tool heads that contain your different dies and your powder measure. Yeah, you can swap all that out with the Dillon for everything that you own. But I'll still tell you, you're even with a Dillon, you're gonna need a single stage press. Some way, somehow, something you're doing, you're gonna need a single stage press for something. So you might as well get one of those, even if it's just a little small Lee press. I mean, there's so much you do. Like I said, like what if you're just dealing with that bulge for 40 cal that you picked up or whatever? You know what I mean? Your Dillon's not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna have to do that on a separate little press, or maybe you screwed something up and you're going to use a press mounted bullet puller. or there's just things you'll run across, or it's like Mario kind of hinted at that we didn't touch on it. There's so many different, like, sort of, I just, to make it easy for, call it a recipe. It's really a load data, working up a load. There's so many different choices of powder, projectiles, or what you have, and this and that. Well, your Dylan may be all set up for one thing, and you worked real hard to tweak everything on it and have it set for that round. But now you got something different in the mix. Now you got a different powder. Now you got a different projectile or something. You can go over there and just, work up a small batch on your single stage press, you know what I mean? And never fool or adjust that Dylan again, you know what I mean? Until you need to. You'll find a need for a single stage press. There's just one way or another you're gonna need a single stage.
Yeah, and if I do the single stage, definitely, I'd probably go with the RCBS Rock Chucker. But Chico says I still run a Lee single stage press. My Dylan is mainly for volume. So yeah, I guess he still runs a Lee. So like you were saying, it is a good option.
Yeah, you'll find a need for a single stage. Like I said, I'm only running single stage, and I'm looking to get a third single stage press, and I wouldn't mind having a fourth one of those little tiny Lees I was just talking about for who knows what else. But yeah, man, it's not necessary, but I kind of quickly drifted into having a whole different press or a whole different setup for each cartridge that I'm loading. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just kind of drifted into that area. So like right now, the two presses I got, I'm running 45 and I'm running 9 millimeter. I'm using two different powder measures already set. Uh, I got the quick change Hornady die system on the presses, and I just kind of like dedicated each press to just one caliber, man. Plus, but it's not with the quick change thing. It's not really that dedicated to like either one of the presses. I can put in a universal capping die or just a sizing die or whatever, and use either press that I want for anything at the time. But they're mainly set up two different presses, two different powder measures, two different everything for 9 millimeter and 45. It just, I don't know, you just kind of end up doing it that way. Like he would, like Mario was mentioned and other people have mentioned, you get to talk to these reloaders and they talk about different things. A lot of people will have different presses for different things, and you'll just end up with 4 or 5 of them just kind of like automatically.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's you know definitely sounding like.
Even Dylans that you can, even Dylans that you can swap over calibers changes, in 10 minutes or whatever. Even you'll see guys with Dylans and you'll see their setup. All of a sudden they got like 3 Dylan machines or 2 or 4. Even them, they'll end up a different machine for a different caliber, even though they have the ability not to do that. It's just something about it. Once you got everything set or whatever, you don't want to mess with it. Or like this press you got's kind of a smaller one, a little weaker one, works great for a little tiny 9 millimeter. I mean, there's no force or effort hardly needed for a little tiny 9 millimeter cartridge to reload. You know what I mean? But then now you got a big rod, you got a 308 or 30-06 cartridge. You're gonna need a press with a little more muscle. You know what I mean for that.
Yeah.
So I mean, you find different needs and different uses. But the single stages, I got the Rock Chucker. Kind of really like from the get go. I kind of had my eyes on that one the whole time, and I couldn't find a single complaint from nobody, nothing about that press. It's one of them you can't go wrong if you're getting a single stage. You can't go wrong with that one. I mean, I got mine when the prices was a little better, so I got mine for like $140. But they went up over 200 lately, and they just now dropped down like I think 180 at Midway last week.
Yeah.
But 180 is a good price. You can get it. We didn't touch into it, but you can get kits too. And I really don't recommend a Lee kit too much. Like their scales is maybe not even worth it. But if you pick the right kit, you can get a starter kit that a lot of people say, oh, well, you get stuff you don't need. But when you're starting out with nothing at all, you need everything that's in it. But you can get a couple decent ones from RCBS where you get a decent scale, you get a good press, and you get a good powder measure. And those kits are a way to go. I think you can get a rock chucker right now with a powder measure, which is $125. And you could get, I think, the mechanical scale, and you get a hand primer tool, which is like $50 item. I think you can get all that for like $440 or something, and that's a really good way to go. Maybe you get a reloading tray with it, maybe a few little gizmos or something. But just steer away from reloading kits that come with a little cheap digital scale. Uh, Stay away from the Lee scales, but by and large, the cheaper scales that they give you, they're digital in those kits, they're junk and they're not going to work. You can find good scales from Amazon to some pretty expensive ones if you want. But you do have to check them out and get you some scale weights. Make sure you can count on these scales. But just like you always going to need a single stage, you're always going to need a good quality mechanical scale. That'll be your ultimate backup. That'll be your reference point. You know
Well,
you can trust that.
I gotta
it-
jump
it-
off.
it-
Gee,
okay. Later, Foss.
Have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
You too. But
Say
I mean, scale weights. You really don't need scale weights, because everybody probably has a nickel somewhere close.
no. You're weighing in grains. You're weighing in gunpowder grains.
Uh.
Yes, you need scale weights to verify, because you buy a cheap scale, and like I have some, and I ran through, and I thought I could trust this scale, and then real quick I started seeing it drift off and not weighing much. And what I tried to do, before I got my check weights, I broke up like toothpicks till I got like 5.2 grains of weight, and I was testing out a mechanical beam scale, and I was testing out this, pocket digital scale, and I put them in a shell and had the market shell, and I just tested that scale over and over and over and over and over and over with a couple different ways to see how repeatable it was, right? And it started going off like you'd have to re-zero it every time, it didn't say 5.2 grains or whatever, and you just got to always having to mess with that scale where I couldn't trust it. And then you get beam scales or test weights, and I ran through them all on my beam scale, and they all came out great. And then I'd use them on that little digital scale, and as you increased it like 20, 30, 40 grains, it was all over the place. It would be off 2 or 3 grains. You can be off like a 0.1. You can't be off 2 grains. That's you can't, especially if it goes over. Your barrel probably blow up in your face. So you can't have that. So I ended up buying a pretty expensive scale, I guess, to other people. But I bought a RCBS Range Master, I think it is 2000 scale. It was around 170, 180 bucks.
They just
The electric. I bought 2 different sets of scale weights. I've weighed everything on it, and that scale has been 100% perfect every single weight I put on it. It's never had a glitch. It's never hardly drifted. It's always been a good scale. But there's people that use like $10 Amazon scales too. But I don't. I went for a good scale to be confident in it, and I'll double check it sometimes with a mechanical scale. And That's the one thing I wouldn't skimp on at all is scales. And you need to test a good test set of weights too, because cheaper ones can be off a point or two. You might have to file on them or something to bring them in. But yeah, it's a definite deal to have. You need some check
I
weights and a scale, because you can buy a scale and you think, oh well, it keeps weighing this, or it weighed the little setup weight that it came with. That doesn't really mean anything. You need to check and verify that when you put like 5 grains on it, it weighs 5 grains. When you put 50 on it, it weighs 50, or 27.5, or whatever your thing is. You want to know that scale works. If it's floating around and moving around, you can't have that. You just can't. You're going to be loading powder. Like, you'll start a recipe at like 5.1 grains, and you'll test 5.2 or 4 or 5 or 6, and you'll come back, and if you find something that works great for you, maybe it's like 5.4 grains, you can get by with this one round being like 5.3, or this one being 5.6. But when you get up into like a rifle and you're looking at like 49.5 grains is the maximum, and your scale's off on the beginning numbers, the twos, and you really just loaded around with like 51 grains of powder in it, you're going to have big trouble.
Yeah. So, and I get emails from RCBS because I signed up for emails, and they, a couple days ago, they sent me an email talking about their like new scale, I think it was, or
Their electronic powder dispenser.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting one of those.
And they offered it, I think it was like 40% off.
Yeah, they
if
got
you
a
ordered
new
it through that
They got a pre-order.
email.
Yeah, they got a pre-order. They got another version. It's called the Lite, Lite, whatever. That's the one I'm almost got one this week, but I've been thinking about getting one of those. This new version Bluetooths to your phone and does a bunch of stuff that I don't think that I need for it to do, and it's actually a couple $100 more than the other one. So, but I've been thinking about those from a rifle to reload 30-06. The rifle I need to reload for a Garand, so I'm limited into one powder choice. Okay, it's like it doesn't meter well through like the powder measures that I got that are like a tube and a handle and a crank. It doesn't work well in those. So there's electronic powder dispensers like that. They're basically trickling it, okay, onto a digital scale, and that's more effective for the rifle powders. How I've been doing it now is I just scoop out. Do you know what a scoop is? A spoon? The Lee's
Yeah.
spoon kit?
Yeah, I've seen those on some of like Elfster. I think Elfster Reloading has shown those, and some of the other guys have shown those before.
Now,
So
you can use that. You can even do pistol with that if you don't have like a powder measure, as long as you got the good scale. But how I've been doing it is I scoop out from a rifle, and then I got a trickler, and I slowly bring it up. But that's basically what those electronic ones do. I've been wanting to get one of those, but actually spooning it out and then trickling it is really not that slow. I got to it pretty fast. It's really not that slow. And I saw some of those electronic ones like that. They seem like they're pretty slow. So it's kind of more just like a luxury than it is a necessity. But I've been thinking about getting one.
So Gizzard just says that Night Strike won Travis P11's drawing for that zombie 1911. So,
Oh, Night Strike won it, huh?
So of course it's rigged. We know it's rigged.
Night Strike's gonna cut the hell out of himself.
Or something worse. Who knows? But so Free relationship says remember to get case lube and pad to roll it on, and a little manual chamfering.
Burning tool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's mainly for rifle.
And then he says, and a brass tumbler, powder trickler, and real scale RCBS is good.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Yeah, that's what some of those RCBS kits are pretty good, man. You get a close to everything you need in one package. The electronic scale is just no good. I'll just tell you that the pocket scale is a piece of junk. And I would use one. I don't own one, but the current beam scale that RCBS uses, people say it's fine. But I believe it's like made in China though. I've went and found on the internet. I just bought an older RCBS, like a 502, and everybody's just always commented what a good scale it was. It was made by a scale company in the USA, and I just went and bought one of those. And with my scale weights, it's tested completely accurate every time. It's a nice little scale, and I just use that for extra assurance if I think the digital one's not right. But like I said, once I got that RCBS electric scale, it's just been beautiful. It's never weighed off at all. Never drifted, maybe more than just a point on the empty pan or something. It's been a real good scale.
Mr. Chico Wise, welcome.
What's up, brother?
Hey, Chico.
Not much. I think this is the first time we've been on a live stream together.
Yeah, I was watching our live stream, and I thought they said this was gonna be earlier today, like at 5 o'clock. So I was scrolling on YouTube and I seen you was live. I said, dang, he still must be going. But I thought it said 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I start at 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern.
Oh,
and sometimes depending on the topic, we can go 6 hours.
Cool.
So
you guys have been doing all right?
We've had Mario on here for a while. Jason's been on. We had Kingpin on for a little bit, and then my co-host extraordinaire, Mr. DM Foss, who's kind of just getting into reloading. And so I was like, I've been thinking about reloading for 3-4 years now, and here lately it's been more and more the itching to maybe get into it is becoming a little more real.
Right. That's understood. How are components in your area? Have you looked?
I have. Right now I'm looking at 400 Magnum small pistol primers that I have in my possession.
That's always good to have.
And so I don't own a press, but yeah, I have primers.
That's how I started off. When I finally said I was gonna start reloading, I started buying components first, and this was before everything went crazy. So obviously it wasn't as bad as it is now, as far as. But the good thing, stuff's coming back down. So yeah, I did the same thing. I started buying powder and components, the manuals and stuff like that. The manual is gonna be very important, and it doesn't really. I got different manuals for different manufacturers, so it to each his own with that. I just knew I didn't want one manual. I wanted a few different manuals, and then you've got the online manuals that helps also. You can cross reference, so it's definitely enjoyable. Yeah, I don't think it's for everybody. You know what I mean? But I definitely think if you're inclined to if you've got the time, because I get that a lot of people say, well, how much time? I say, well, I don't look at the time because I enjoy it. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that I enjoy. I don't think everybody would, but for the most part, anybody pretty much in the Second Amendment community, not anybody, but if you tinker around with your own firearms, you probably do your own smithing and stuff like that, or at least putting your own scopes or optics on it. Anybody could reload. It's just meticulous about the process, and you just want to be safe doing it. But it's a great experience, at least in my opinion. You know.
So, if somebody who's never reloaded said, I'm going to go buy a press, I'm really contemplating getting a Dillon progressive, would you say you might want to start with a single stage, or would you help guide them to get the best Dillon progressive that would do their overall needs?
Good question. And I'll tell you, a lot of people don't know. So I started off with a Dillon, and it wasn't. And I had a lot of people say, "Hey, man, you should get a single stage first." But I knew, I knew I was going to enjoy it. And you know, that's not trying to sound arrogant or nothing like that. But I knew for my main purpose, it was going to be volume, because I shoot 9mm. You know, before all this, I was 200 rounds a week at the range. And so when I got my Dillon, I used it as a single stage. I did it one operation at a time, because the progressives are a little finicky, or you got to learn them. But I think that will boil down to, you know, price right about now. You know, because I've seen some jacked up prices, rather, you know, because a lot of folks still taking advantage of the situation. You know, I seen Dillons where when Dillon had like I don't know, a 3-month backlog for like say a $600 press. I seen the prices of those presses on eBay go from like $1,000 to $2,000 for a $650 press, just because opportunists, let's say that. But if you can find a good deal on a single stage, that would be good. Now I heard Jay say earlier, you're always gonna need a single stage, and that's correct. That is absolutely correct. You know, whether you're doing brass prep, but I would probably say, man, I'd say, man, if the price is normal, I'd say go for the progressive, and that's not me being like a brand whore or nothing like that. You know, it's just what calibers are you gonna load for first?
40 and 45 Colt.
Okay, yeah. So
Because I've got the jugs, and finding 45 Colt, if you find it, it's around $30 a box.
right.
Most of your
It's not,
stuff's 40 though, right?
yeah, most of it, most of my handguns are 40.
So there's where you need to go.
Mm-hmm.
45 Colt is a I don't know, dude. It's kind of like, really technically it's the cowboy load. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's going to be more expensive all the time just because it's not as popular. And it's kind of like a luxury load. Okay,
Right.
all your name's G23. You know what I mean? you need to start out with 40 cal. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking my main is probably gonna be the 40, because honestly, I'm probably gonna be adding oh crap, I hate to say it, a Beretta 96 A1 to the list.
Okay, so like, you know, you've already made the decision. It's 40 cal. So that's what you own. That's what you're going to shoot the most of. So you need to start reloading for what you have the most of. And I mean, it's not going to do you no good to invest a lot of money, a lot of time, and a new direction for a caliber that you're not going to shoot very often. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Go what you have the most of, and you're going to shoot right now. And I would say that's the 40. So I would just put my full direction on 40. I'd worry about 45 Colt some other day. I would get what I need for 40.
yeah, but I mean, I take my jugs with me every time I go to the range. I may not put a whole lot of rounds through it, more because I don't have, you know, if I probably had 100 rounds, I would probably shoot 35 at least every time I went out to the range.
Well, you do get an advantage with that 45 than revolver because I mean, you can keep all your brass easy that way.
Right? 5 shots at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But and don't be, I think with reloading supplies too, man. Don't be afraid of the used market. As far as the used press, you may find somebody that's getting out of reloading or just have no interest. And if you can find a used press, if it's beneficial, well, let's say if the price discount is huge compared to a new one, yeah, man. I mean, and a lot of presses, RCBS and even Lee, also they, a lot of them stand behind their warranty on it. So
Yeah,
uh,
I've really been looking at the. I've always wanted a Dillon 650.
okay,
But that's not made. They don't make that anymore. So the only thing you could do is find that on a used market.
right,
So I've been looking at the XL 750.
mm-hmm,
Um, and it's not horribly priced. I
right,
mean, again, you know, everybody's budget and people think something that may be horribly priced versus somebody who thinks, oh no, that's very well priced.
right,
It's relative because I could be saying that, a Toyota Camry at $50,000 is well priced. And Chico may say, you know what, that's friggin' way overpriced for that car.
right, yeah. Well, I know a good thing too that if you ever seen the reloading calculators they have, so basically it can take into account all your components, all your presses, and it'll kind of calculate what it would, how many rounds you will have to make, and basically to
Recoup your cost.
yeah, to recoup your initial investment. And some people look at that as, oh, it's gonna take me forever. Not really, because when you start reloading, you definitely gonna. It used to be you don't save money; it's just you shoot more. But right now, depending on where you look, yeah, you probably gonna save a substantial amount of money, and then that's all depending on component prices. That's why
Mm-hmm.
I initially asked you, are components available, in your area, relatively priced, or competitively priced versus, when everything first started. I'll tell you this: when I first got into reloading, 1,000 primers used to cost me between 30 and $40 for 1,000 primers. When everything went crazy a year, 18 months ago, whatever, those same 1,000 primers went from $40 to 80 and then 250 quick. And I was like, I cannot pay $250 for 1,000 primers. So yeah,
Yeah.
man. So the good thing about it, like I said, I've seen the market, at least in my area. I'm in Georgia, right? So I've
Yep.
seen the stuff come back down. I've seen more components on the shelves and stuff like that. It may not be what I'm looking for, but you know,
So when I bought the 400 primers, it was in the middle. Everyone was saying, "Oh, you can't find primers. You can't find primers." And if you do find primers, they're like double or triple the normal price. And I picked up each sleeve of 100 for $3.35 a sleeve.
that's a good deal.
Yeah,
That was normal.
that's
price.
normal price.
For that was for the CCI number 550 Magnum small pistol primers.
Yeah, that's a good price, man. I would have bought a lot of them. All I could buy.
Yeah, I bought everything that they had and all that they would allow. They had a 4-box limit.
Right. Yeah. And we've seen that, within the last year, they started putting limits on components, because what happened last year, and I'm sure a lot of you seen that, even with the regular ammo, you had
Mm-hmm.
basically these people who had no interest in any kind of Second Amendment stuff, seeing that it was a market for it. So they would buy it at regular price and then take it straight to gun broker and make triple, and people was paying it. And I was just like, I'm not gonna pay that.
Yeah,
So
people paying $1,000 for 200 rounds of 9mm. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
yeah, so
Yeah, even 22 long rifle, man. People tried to take advantage of everyone,
yep.
and everybody's like, don't pay it. You know what I mean? Don't give in to them. But they made their money. There was people
Yep.
out there willing to pay it, and still are.
Mm-hmm.
and that's part of the problem too. But we don't want to get caught back into this next go round.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
Uh,
yeah, I wouldn't
and
even be
see,
afraid to buy ammo or reloading stuff. Like, do you have any other calibers besides 45 Colt and 40, or
uh,
anything you'd like to get? Like, you don't have a 9mm like everybody else.
I got the wife a Sig T320,
Okay, well, see, like, don't
but
be afraid to. Don't be afraid if you just come across and like, I can't find anything for 40 at the store or this or that.
yeah,
Don't be afraid to grab something for 9mm. You know what I
exactly.
mean? Or like, someday I want to get a 308 or something. Don't be afraid to grab what you can when you can for something else. Or you can always trade with somebody.
Like one of my coworkers, um, he's got 10 and 40, and um, so yeah, and him and I have talked about um going in like half on like a large purchase of projectiles, where we buy like 10,000 projectiles because you can get them cheaper that way.
Yeah, that's always a route to go, especially if the price is good. Um, Another thing, you can always set the alerts on the big popular websites,
Mm-hmm.
your Brownells and Midway, when even if they are out on, like, if you're looking for a specific powder or specific projectile, you can, if they're out of stock, you can still set the alert, notify me when available. So that's always an option.
Yeah,
And
and
I'm sure you're already keeping your brass, right?
yeah,
Okay, that's good.
that and
Yeah, we've
I
been
still
discussing that quite a bit this evening, and I told him, I said, once you start this reloading, you won't just leave brass on the ground.
That's correct. You
You
will
not
not.
not you won't leave you won't let a single piece lay there. You don't want somebody else taking yours.
And
Uh,
and probably even if it's not a caliber you load, because that's still you can trade or whatever. So yeah, you're right about that.
and the thing is I probably have, I don't know, 5,000 6,000 maybe more unfired 40s. So I've got all that. I've got all that brass that is a future investment.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely like I said, I had a lot of friends who knew I reloaded. And before this all happened, I was telling one of my buddy who shoots as much as me, I was like, man, you should just buy you a press. I'll help you out. You know what I mean? And he was like, no, man. And then when everything went crazy, he was like, man, you still think I can get me a press? I'm like, yeah, you can, but it's one of those things that I was like, I didn't want to be like, I told you so, But
Right? But I did tell you so.
Right. He went to the range with me, and he was like, man, I got 2 boxes of ammo, and I wasn't flexing on them or nothing, but when I go to the range, I'm taking an ammo can. It's just because I got magazines in there and I got loaded ammo. It's like, and I just opened the magazine can. He was like, man, how much? I mean, the ammo can. He was like, how much is that? I said, I told you I reload. He was like, man, I should have got in the reload. And I said, yeah, I kind of, didn't want to tell you, but So I said, in the future, if you ever decide, and it's one of my good buddies, I was like, if in the future you ever decide, just let me know. Just start buying. If you think you want to do it, start buying the components now, especially if they're, if you're not getting hijacked on the price. But not too long ago, for 500 primers, small, I think it was small pistol. It might have been small rifle. I paid basically $40 for 500. And that comes to be like $7-8 a pack 400. So but I seen them when everything went crazy. I seen them go for $250 for 1,000. So $40, I was like, we probably will never see, and Jay probably might agree, we'll probably never see 1,000 primers for $30-40 again. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but that's looking like we may not.
yeah, I came across some primers and I was able to buy some here. Here, my place to get primers, like he'll get a shipment in for the week or the month or whatever, and it's gone in a day.
Yep.
So like you can only get 3 or 4 sleeves every time you go. But I just got Federal, the blue ones. What are they? Yeah, Federal Champions.
Yes.
$7 and some change per sleeve.
Yeah, that's not bad, man. Like I said, given that, I mean, even if you go on Gunbroker right now, you'll still see the ridiculous prices. And just like Jay was saying, people keep
Powders are $32
right.
instead of 28.
Yeah. If people keep paying it, that
Yeah, it's
that
supply and
crazy
demand.
price, right? That's it boils down to economics. So it's like so
I mean, if you got a sucker on the hook,
that's true.
Part of it, I get my stuff from my gun dealer, and it's a small mom and pop gun dealer. It's been in business 50 years, so what I mean. I don't mind a few dollars extra to them. You know what I mean? It's not the big box store, but stuff has creeped up, and really the prices we just talked about, $32 a pound for powder and $7 for primer. That's prices that have dropped. Those are
Yep.
like that's like good prices now. It's been really high if available at all. That's unavailable has been the main issue. And the prices, second. It's just being able to get it because it, I mean, even local stores. I mean, stuff primers went up. I saw $120 a box real quick last year. I mean, it didn't take long to go from 30 to 120 to like advertised at that or more, but out of stock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At one point, I had some buddies asking me about helping them make some ammo, and I was like, if you can find components, I'll help you. You just find the components. I'll let you. I will show you how to use it on my machine. And it ended up being it was cheaper to buy ammo than it was components because a lot of people had start transitioning to reloading, and I guess the market seen that, so they was like, you know what, we're selling. I mean, I seen 9mm loaded ammo, Federal whatever, 50-round boxes for $50. You talking $1 a bullet for 9mm? And I was like, but I seen primers for almost triple or quadruple times that, so it was like, nah, it's really pretty much that they was making it cheaper to buy loaded ammo than it was reloaded ammo. That's why, like, if you get into it, or sounds like you're getting into it, just every time you see it, if it's at a good price for whether it's powder or primers, just purchase it. So that's how a lot of the older guys who's been reloading for years, they remember all the shortages, so to speak, right? So they was buying primers anytime they could get it. And I fell into that trap that I was like, it was always available. I'm like, I don't need 3,000 primers. I was going to buy, a brick of primers at a time because I would always see it available. So whenever, everything happened, I was like, I need prime. When people was buying toilet paper, I started buying components. It's like crazy. So hopefully it'll get back.
Like Balding Curious has made a really good point also. If you can, get a couple people together and, that are close by, because shipping primers are going to be friggin' expensive.
Yeah.
The hazmat feats are going to be outrageous, so it won't save you anything. But if you can get like 2 or 3 guys together and you can, get you, 100,000 primers,
yeah,
at a time, it's going to save a hell of a lot more money because you're going to get it at a lot lower of a cost. Anytime you're buying in bulk, you're going to save a little bit of money.
That's true.
Versus if, it's like if you bought one single sleeve of 100, say it's $350 a sleeve. If you bought 1,000, you might have got it $30 to $32. Now, if you were buying 10,000, you might get that down to $28 to $30.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
I see Rob D's out in the crowd.
What's up, Rob? Yeah, that I mean, I definitely agree with buying it in bulk. Like you said, if you've got some guys in your area who you know who's in the same thing, in the same hobby, yeah. So me, Kyle, and Jamie, we're all pretty close, within an hour of each other. I think Jamie's about an hour. Kyle is like 30 minutes from me, 30 to 40 minutes. So we had already planned it. Like, hey, if we see someone selling bulk components, we're buying them and we're just gonna split it down. You know, split it 3 or however many of us it is.
Yeah.
It's a few other guys out there that's not too far from us. But yeah, that would be the route to go to save on the shipping and the hazmat, and so yeah, it definitely would. And I'll tell you, I'm not brand specific because I've got a variety of equipment. I've got a Dillon press. I've got some Dillon dies. I've got more Lee dies than I do Dillon dies. Actually, I maybe have more RCBS dies than I have Lee dies. So I've got some Lyman stuff. I've got a RCBS manual scale. So so I'm not brand specific. You'll find out certain stuff works better for you. You may have a Dillon press. You may have a Lee scale. I don't want to say a Lee scale, but you may have a Dillon press. You may have Lee dies. You may have, another brand's trickler. So it's just what works better for you. But anytime you need some help, yeah, brother, we the community of reloaders, yeah, we basically help each other out, and that's how it continues to flourish how it does.
Yeah, I reached out, like last night, and so that's why I was like, I didn't know if maybe Kyle or Jamie were going to be able to jump on. I mean, it was super short notice, but I feel like, you know what, maybe we need to do a reloading 101. I'm really thinking about getting into reloading, so if the average person says, maybe I'm thinking about getting into reloading, maybe we could put out information that, could give them, okay, well, this is something to go look at, so that's what we were talking earlier about, certain different presses and like your pros and cons to each press.
Right.
And again, cost.
Right.
And, if you're looking, I just went to like Lee's site. I went to RCBS's main site. And of course, I went to Dillon's main site. And so everybody knows if you're ordering directly through the company, more likely than not, you're going to pay MSRP. But there are other companies, like Jason was saying, like Midway had some of them that were probably, $60 off of what the MSRP was. So you can kind of narrow down what you're looking at, and get all the information by going to the company's page and reading all the options and everything that are out there. And then you can always go and say, okay, well, I've decided I'm going to go with a rock chucker single stage. So now I'm going to go and see where I can find that the cheapest.
Right. Yep. That's I'll give you a little tip too. Normally around any holiday, most of those manufacturers or third party sellers, Midway, Brownells, you're gonna find they're gonna have discount codes based on your purchase price. So just say Midway, it might say spend $200 or spend $250 get $50 off. So every little bit helps with reloading, because the main thing with us, I think we're not cheap. We're just
frugal.
Right. So we're always trying to cut the cost down. So just like you were saying earlier, buying in bulk, if you got a few friends or something like that, or I try to capitalize off all those sales. I think that's how I purchased my Dillon. Everybody's not that shops on eBay and stuff. Some people don't like shopping on eBay, but there are some dealers on eBay I think I bought mine from like Red's Trading Post or something. It was like an authorized dealer of Dillon. They sell other stuff, you know, firearm related stuff, scopes and all kind of stuff. But definitely that they at back when I purchased mine, it was they had reloading stuff, you know. So, but yeah, that would be the route to go. And like I said, I'll say the main thing that's going to be the most important first is the manuals. And even though there are manuals, some people like the the electronic versions. I don't. I'd prefer to have a hard copy just because I'm not a TV guy, you know.
Yeah.
Don't watch TV. So sometimes when I just want to do some reading, I'll go through my manuals and I'll miss something that I seen in the past. So
I like both.
yeah, that works.
Because the nice thing about having your paper copy is you always have it,
Correct.
But if you just got done working 13 hours
Yeah.
and now you're home and you know what, I'm going to load, I just need to relax and, let my mind kind of start to relax so I can get ready to go to sleep or whatever. So I'm going to do something that's going to kind of help calm me and relax me and stuff. Reading some of those small prints, your eyes may not be, wanting to like focus. So switching over to a digital copy where you can blow that copy up to a larger font size is also nice.
Definitely.
I tell you, that's one of the tools on my reloading bench. I have 3 different types of magnifying glasses. Some large ones, some small ones, and a pretty high quality metal one. I needed to look at the case stampings. I needed just to look and inspect things or get a close up look of things. So those are important to have within reaching distance all the time.
G-Webs says this show has blasted through 2 full corkings, like a semi-truck version of a live chat, crushing the little convertible. Chats along the way, and you're ahead of the wrestling chat, which is still going.
Wow.
So, Mr. Rob D, I don't think you do any reloading, but have you contemplated getting into reloading?
Oh, definitely. I plan on getting in at some point. So, basically, got to find the time. And when I was looking into it, I forgot what it was. I talked about it a couple times. I think I was looking at like something that would be, it was like 7,000, but it's like one of them automated. You push the button and you go. But I haven't looked much more into it.
That's cheating, man.
Yeah, well,
that's
from what I
probably
heard,
Dylan.
it don't work like that either. So,
Well, you gotta,
and, I can't spend 15,000, 20,000, but like Pete was saying earlier, if you're gonna do it. But honestly, I'd like to be able to just push a button, come home from work, and collect my ammo. But apparently, it don't work like that, from what I've been told from other people.
we'd all do it that way, Rob.
So I don't know. I'm still I'll probably go at it the regular way at some point. Maybe grab for me if I was gonna go, the whatever you call it, manual press or something. I'd probably run with the Lees. Just because you can start off pretty much with everything. I know everybody complains about the scales, and I heard earlier calipers and different things, but figure I'd add on to that. And from what I hear, lots of dies and stuff are compatible. Can switch, doesn't matter with the Lee, where others it's more specific for brands. So
it's
I like options. Yeah, I like options. So, but that's I'm already collecting lead. I've been collecting lead for a while now. that's something I'd like to point out to people. Everybody says wheel weights, but I stumble across lead all the time. Old pipe boots, chimney flashing, the wedges for the flashing. There's a lot of old plumbing in the older houses. Like if they got clawfoot tubs, it's bingo for lead, man. Usually the bases or basins for the tubs and the toilets are lead, and they weigh like 40 pounds a pop, something like that. So, and you're skimming it anyway, so if there's a little bit of shit in there, who cares, right? But I don't know. So obviously some of those maybe spray out or something, but I've got a bucket full of pipe boots and different things already, so I've probably got 10, maybe 15 pounds of lead. Because I'd like to cast, go all the way through, basically. I'd actually even like to know the recipe for gunpowder as well. Not that I'd make my own powder, but if I'm doing it, I'd like to be able to. That makes any sense. But that's a lot of shit to master, and right now I really don't have that much time.
Yeah, I'm probably, I've been really looking at the Dillon presses. Again, buy once, cry once. Get something that's well known. And with like your 750s, they're pretty, nice presses. And yeah, you can.
They don't look all that much different than some of the other ones that are cheaper, in my opinion. I know there's probably a difference. I'm not a reloader, but just looking at them, they don't look that different. So maybe there's a benefit or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, the Dillon's the Cadillac.
Okay.
You want functions with repeatability. All of them, everything in reloading, you're going to have to tinker with it a little bit. Okay, products that you buy right out of the box, whatever, you might have to do a little, tweaking here or there, come up with something, or play with stuff, especially on those progressives. Tinkering with it's kind of part of the process, but there's some presses and stuff and some of the Lees that there's too much tinkering and it's frustrating. You know what I mean? I hear good things about that little Lee 4-hole classic turret press, and I've been really thinking about getting me one of those for 9mm. Now I'm not worried about the powder measure and the stuff that it does and comes with, but I'm really looking into one of those little presses, cheap, and everybody says good things about them. It's worth trying it out for me. But the Dillon is the Cadillac. It is the one.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there a difference between the classic and there's a classic, I think classic 2, and then the anniversary? Honestly, I was looking at them last night.
well, I think for the little cheap turret, the cast press, there's like a classic one, and then there's like a classic cast that has like a red bottom on it. It's like cast steel or whatever bottom on it. That's the one that I'm looking at getting.
Okay.
But,
and didn't look expensive. I mean, it was under $200.
Yeah.
eBay. So I buy shit from eBay all the time. So I heard.
I wouldn't be afraid of lease stuff. It's cheap price. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, you don't want to like have thousands of dollars in reloading equipment and use a $50 press, but I don't see any problem with some of the lease stuff. I like that.
Well, if it works, it works. Yeah. That's. I'll say it. I'm cheap, so it works. It works. I'm happy.
Yeah, and the Lee stuff is good to me. And you're talking to a guy who started with a Dillon press with a 650 progressive. So yeah, the Lee stuff works. I've got one right here that that I use if I'm doing load development, because I don't want to do it on my progressive, because progressive actually makes more. So if I'm load development, if I'm doing say 20 rounds and I'm testing out a new powder or a new projectile, I'll run it on my Lee, because I don't want to have to, change out the caliber conversion kit on my Dylan. But just like you were saying earlier, Rob, yeah, the pretty much all of the dies would work with any press as long as the threads are the same. So it don't matter if you buy, Dylan dies, Lee dies, RCBS dies, Lyman dies. All of them will work on any press. That they'll work on a Lee, they'll work on a Dylan, RCBS, so on and so forth.
Okay. Now, is there anything else like that's universal, that's proprietary or proprietary to certain brands?
Yeah,
Because I
I'll
was
tell you.
told there is stuff, and that's why the Lee's kind of nice, because you can just,
So yeah, if
you
you
can
buy
pretty much get everything for that.
right, if you buy a Lee, I'm not a Lee, I'm sorry. If you buy a Dylan, they call it a Square Deal B. Those dies are proprietary to that press. So like the press comes with the dies. So basically, I can't take those dies and put them in my 650 or
Your
my
Lee.
Lee.
All right.
Right. So and a lot of guys in the reload community have those because they are basically a dedicated press for that caliber, basically. So some guys you can buy like the conversion kits that go with them. So I know like Willie Bullet, man, he's got one I think in 45, and those are a lot cheaper than the I don't want to say universal, but like a 650. The Square Deal Bs, I think they used to be around like $250, but it'll put out a lot of volume. I'm one of my presses that I like right now. My Lee press is it's called a Breech Lock Challenger press, and I was just looking online since we started talking. On Midway, it's like $66. So that's a good starter press, in my opinion. It comes with all, the priming arms. You prime it on the press. That right there will get you started. You'll still need dies and the scale or what have you. But the Breech Lock Challenger press, if you buy the cheap Lee, the cheapest one that they have, you have to either buy some kind of priming tool or you buy the little adapter to prime. So and that's on Midway right now for like $50. So it just makes, for me, from a price standpoint, it makes sense to buy the one that was, if you were going Lee, like the $66 one.
So
Well, what's
the
the-
Square Deal B reloader on Dylan right now is $550.
$550.
Yep, and the XL 750 is $670.
It would definitely make sense to get the 750.
Yeah, that Square D one, that Square Deal, Dylan. Before COVID hit, that was $459. So really, they've only raised it 100 for all the circumstances. It's not so bad. But that's a simplified little press. I kind of like. I wanted one of those for a while. I still wouldn't have any hesitation of buying one for like 9mm or something. But it is just the dies are priority for that, but it is like a simplified version.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's the only drawback to it. The dies are proprietary for it. So, and normally if
Can
you
you buy other dies other than what you get for that?
yes, you
Like-
can.
Okay. Are they like crazy price compared to other dies or anything? Or?
I think they might be around the same price as just a normal set of dies, which the only drawback is that you can't put it in any other press because the threads are different on it. The thread
Okay.
pitch. So, like I said, just like I think Jay said that Square Deal B is like $550 or I'm sorry, G23 might have said that for $100 more, it makes sense to me. Not to everybody, to me, just to go ahead and get, if you were going to spend that, you might as well, cop
Chip in the extra
right,
bit. So for the universe, all right. So everything will work.
right. So,
God, I can't talk. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, no, I got you.
To make things more complicated, right in there at the same price point, I think it might even be cheaper than the Square D or Square Deal, is the Dylan 550C. sits right in there at the same price too. The only thing difference there is you have to manually index it.
Right.
But I wouldn't have a problem with that, the manual indexing. I mean, you're putting a piece of brass in. If you don't have the loader, you're putting brass in on one side anyways, and you're putting a projectile in on the other. It's not that big a deal to just advance it with your thumb for $250 cheaper.
Yeah, I think Mario just got one, and I'll tell you a little bit if y'all don't know about dealing. So the numbers on their presses, it's kind of like a guesstimation of how many rounds you can load per hour. So the 450 supposed to be 450 rounds per hour, but you're going fast. Even on my 650 rounds an hour, I'm not doing that at all. Trust me, I'm very careful, and I'm very meticulous about, because I don't want any, I don't want any squib loads. I don't want any overcharged loads. But that is what those numbers kind of signify from what I've read on it, because I would assume the 750, they're labeling it as, and I've seen that somewhere on it may not have been Dylan's site. Actually, it may have been. It's been a minute ago. But those what those numbers kind of signify. The 550 is like 500 rounds an hour, 650, 650 rounds per hour. But if you're loading like that, you are loading fast. You definitely, and I wouldn't recommend that. Let's say that, especially even for me, I've been reloading since 2017. I still don't load that fast. But 550 is a good press. 550 is a very good press.
See, the one thing I kind of weighed into my decision of going single stage, even though I would like to have a Dylan someday. I think everybody goes that way too. But I like hand priming. I find that much better than priming on the press, much faster, much easier. I like hand priming. I want to pop my primers before I clean my cases, because I want to clean my primer pocket. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the progressive machine with depriming and priming, or even sizing, all there on that first stage, that's kind of useless to me.
Right.
All those benefits of that progressive right off the very first stage is not really what I'm looking for. If I set up a progressive, I would just have it, flare it, powder it, maybe take advantage of a bullet feeder, maybe, I don't know, but just go from there and seat the bullet and crimp it. I would skip the whole operations of depriming, priming, all that, because I want to get that primer pocket clean. I want to do other things with it, and I just kind of one of the things I see is something that's not useful for me.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of my rounds I'll prep on a single stage, because I don't want to first I don't want to dirty up my dang dies, so like when I deprime, I basically deprime with a universal decapping die from Lee. And I've got a separate, like if I do run it on my 650, say it's 9mm, if I do run on my 650, I'm just switching the tool head. I'll pull out my 9mm tool head that's got my powder drop and all the dies, because depriming brass, depending on where you get it from, it's gonna be dirty if you range pick up. So I do the same thing. I deprime everything, then clean my brass before I typically run it in my Dylan, because it can, gravel or whatever have you can scratch up your dies. But yeah, that makes perfect sense. I've done it like that for the longest.
I haven't reloaded, but I put just about everything you can think of in a shotgun shell shop.
So
Name something. I dare you. Name something.
Have you ever put any spent primers in a shotgun shell yet?
No, I haven't done that. Damn, you got me on the first one.
I was going to say quarters.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say quarters. I bet you
change.
he hasn't done quarters.
I don't know if it was. I've done change.
Oh,
Change.
change. I thought you put a piece
Yeah,
of
I don't
chain
know if
link
it was
in there.
actual quarters, but it might have been nickels or something like that. I try to make
don't
it small enough that I can coat wax around everything so it doesn't catch my barrel. So
With
yeah,
with as
you know,
cheap as you say you are,
nails, plumbing parts, you name it, stones, all types of different things. I've made little like rigged up cables and put those in. Like that whole like drone thing. Shit, yeah, I can make one of those. But all types of stuff. Had a great time. But it's surprising. Some of the stuff like you would think would be devastating, and it's not, because you know you need weight. That's the key. You need weight.
with as cheap as you say you are, I figured you would not waste a penny to put through.
Nah, I've tried it.
See,
Different metals and things. So
you can't call yourself a cheap bastard, because this cheap bastard wouldn't put any kind of money into a round that I cannot recoup.
it's for science, man. You got to see what it's going to do and see what you like, and then you come up with your own little special formulas. And then you dye the wax a different color to mark those rounds so you know what they are. You can have, man, people talk crap, but those wax slugs blow right through a 4x4.
Oh yeah, no crap. So we got Patriot in the Dark out in the crowd. Welcome, Patriot.
What's going on, Patriot?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you'll find with, like, I started out with I just bought a RCBS kit. Okay. I bought like the Explorer kit that comes with the RS5, and then I bought a rock chucker to go with that kit. And from there, I now have a room, workbenches, toolboxes, shelves, just everything you can think of piled on top of each other. And I only have 80% of everything that I'd like to have for reloading. And that's just working off of, like I said, 2 single stage presses. The amount of equipment and stuff that you acquire, you just can't do it overnight, man. It's got to be gradual over time, especially with availability. You got to like grab and watch and constantly hunt to find some stuff that you want, some die sets or a priming tool or something. COVID's got availability, everything just still completely screwed. So it's a little rough, a little challenging hopping into reloading right now. But I've been able to get pretty far in the last year of getting things that I need and things I keep an eye out for. But it's a rabbit hole. It starts out like small and simple, and you think, oh, just need this kit, and it's kind of just like your tools. Like you start out with your first set of screwdrivers, and then sooner or later you got toolbox full of every wrench, socket, everything there is. It's kind of the same thing with that. Over time, you'll just acquire things you need. You'll have things that like you need and it broke, or you got a different brand, or you got 2 brands of the same thing, or something. It's just like tools. It'll just it's just part of the learning process, part of the investment.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, brother, on that. Like you said, there was no way you can acquire all that stuff overnight. And if you're a normal working person like most of us on this chat, right? So, my pockets are not lined with gold. So yeah, it is a gradual process as far as getting this, and it's okay to, but it, like you said, the Rona's got it bad right now as far as the price. So, hopefully it will change. But the good thing, like I said, I keep saying it, man. I've seen prices starting to come back down, and not only that, I seen components and equipment become available again. Because for the longest, everything was out of stock, no back order, no, one of my buddies, he's a competition shooter. He wanted to buy a 750, And one guy told him, yeah, you can get one on eBay. It was like, I don't know, $1,500 to $2,000. And I told him, I said, Dylan has on their site, but it's a 3-month back order for regular price, whatever it was, $600-700. I said, are you that involved in, you know what I mean? You need it today or, you know, in a week. I said, because if it was me, I'd much rather save $1,000 and wait 3 months until it comes available, you know, because you could put your order in at the price, at the, you know, the MSRP versus the jacked up scalpers price, you know, on eBay. So
Yep.
I'm always about trying to save $1, so, or a penny rather.
I have literally argued with store employees over them, like something's 2 for $5 and they charge me like $5.02. I'm not arguing over those 2 pennies. It's $5. It's not $5.02.
Those pennies add up.
And really, the Dillons, the Dillons aren't really all that expensive, really. If you kind of really look at it, especially just starting out or branching to a new caliber. Like I was talking, even single stages will have more than one. We'll have like even just single stage for different calibers or stuff or powder measures. If you spend close to $200 for, you know, like an RCBS press, and then you spend another $125 to $150 for the pistol drum, you know, for a powder measure, and that's all you got right there. And then you'll need like a powder measure stand and maybe the mounting bracket to put it. You're quickly up there at $500 just for a press, a set of dies, and a powder measure. When not much more, you get the whole machine, you know, and a priming system and stuff from Dillon. So they're really not like they're like 3 times the price or something. If you compared it dollar for dollar between a nice single stage with everything that you needed or the Dillon machine, you know, it's in there to where it's a choice by what you want rather than a choice of your pocketbook.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You can do it cheap. You can go as cheap as you want or expensive as you want. But really, for quality stuff, the Dillon's not that much more. It's really not. When, like I said, you're just looking at the press and you're not accounting for the powder measure. You're not accounting for the dies and everything, you know. So like the Dillon's not like it's totally like super expensive. I can only dream of having it. You could actually, even in my case, I could prove it. I've spent a lot more on single stage stuff than the Dillons, you know.
Right.
And if you go through Dillon, if you really want, they do offer a credit version where you can pay like $40 a month and, you know, get it that way.
Yeah, like I said, right now, actually, that it might be a blessing. I wouldn't have any problem with buying one on back order for 3 or 4 months, because that'll give you 3 or 4 months to get a stand set up, scales, calipers, you know, cartridge gauges, whatever you need, powder, primer, projectiles. That'll give you time to acquire all that and knowledge and conversation. You'll have all that underneath your belt and ready to go when you finally do get your press. Because you could buy that Dillon today and they could deliver it tomorrow. Without all those other things, it's not going to do you any good.
True. Very true. The experience is, you know, even if you know, have how much reading you've done or looked at reloading chats or even reloading videos. Even when I got my press, I knew the concept. I've seen buddies reload, and I was just like, I had to cut everything off and just tinker with it myself, you know, with no powder, no primers, just getting bullet seating depth correct for my specific firearm. So yeah, I mean, there are gonna be mess ups, and it's trial and error. No experience like personal experience. I'll tell you that. You know, you can, like I said, you can read all the books you want, but the books help. Don't get me wrong, the books help, but you know, Jay's perception of seating depth could be different from mine. You know what I mean? So it works like that, but you know, you're gonna have to play around with powders and charges, and it's a lot of stuff that goes into it. But after you do it a while, it's gonna be like second nature, man.
I
It's
told
definitely worth it.
I told him a story earlier that because I asked you this question over on the Friday chats. I didn't listen to your guys' expert advice, and I went off on my own about seeding and crimping dye all at the same time.
Right.
Right? You guys are like, yeah, we never got it to work. I don't know. Well, I just went on my own, like, screw it. The company says it works, so I'm going to do it. And it went fine for 3 or 4 rounds, and then I started crimping and crushing cases and accordioning them and everything. So those were the very first wall of shame that I have, is because I had to learn on my own. I didn't listen.
Yeah, that's so anyone who's not familiar. So he's talking about some dyes have a dual purpose. A lot of them do. They'll seat and crimp in the same operation, actually in the same stroke of the press. And I did the same thing with RCBS is, I don't want to say bad about that, but they're known for their presses, their seating die to be a seating die and a crimping die all in one step. And what it is, you got to know how to set it up. And I've done that, and I can do it, but I don't prefer to do it like that. I prefer to seat a bullet in its own operation, and then in its own step, and then crimp a bullet in its own step. So it kind of gives it, for me, it gives it more consistency, and less chance for error. Basically, like he was saying, crushing the cases and stuff like that, it'll happen. So I use a Lee Factory crimp die on almost everything, even on, except for my Dillon dies, because the Dillon crimp die is a good die. But like on my 9mm, I'll show y'all real quick. So like on my Dillon right here, this is the main caliber I load, 9mm. These are RCBS dies with a Lee Factory crimp die. So the only one, and I think I have is it RCBS, yeah, the Lee Factory crimp die. The only one I don't use a Lee Factory crimp die is 45 ACP, because when I purchased my conversion kit, I bought it on eBay before all this stuff happened. It came with the Dillon dies, and I think that's the only set of Dillon dies that I own: 45 and 308 and 223. So, but the Lee Factory crimp die, it gives you that perfect semi spec to fit pretty much any chamber. So, yeah, I'm not brand specific. Like I said, I've got a lot of different stuff that works. RCBS dies. I'm looking at Dillon dies. I think I've got a set of Lyman dies. So, but it works. It's always a learning experience. I learn something every time I load something. Not every time I load something, because I'm normally loading the same caliber. But when I'm switching calibers, I'll tell you what. As a new reloader, when I first started, every time I start a new caliber, I got the butterflies when I go to shoot it, because I'm like, is it gonna blow up in my face? You know what I mean? And I'm at the range. Is it gonna blow up? It's gonna blow my gun up. So I always get those butterflies, so to speak, before I pull that trigger. And after I pull it and I see it land on the paper or the target, I'm like, hell yeah. I did it right. So that was one of my nervous moments when I first started. So, but as long as you follow the directions, follow the steps, and if you don't know, just ask, man. It's Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and so many reloading resources. On we've got the Georgia Shooting Connection. There's the Reloading Podcast. You've got, I can name endless amount of resources on YouTube and everywhere else on social media. And I haven't had one bad experience where somebody told me, find out for yourself, because it's like I want to say like a dying art, a dying hobby. So everyone's real helpful. Nobody says, but I always double check. I never take somebody's load recipe and use it as my own, as far as like, okay, Jay told me 5 grains of this powder with this bullet gives him perfect accuracy. I'm going to research it. I'm going to look at my load manual, and I'm going to look for the caliber that I'm loading and see, the starting charge and the maximum charge. And I'm kind of going to be probably somewhere in between that. I don't want to be at the bottom of the scale, and I don't want to be at the top of the scale where I can cause any kind of catastrophic failure. If you're at the low end of the scale, you can cause a squib load. And, I've had squib loads with factory ammo, so it happens. It ain't just reloaders. It happens with factory ammo. Saying that, have y'all heard about Winchester's recall for its I want to say it's 9mm Herders? That they've got a lot of ammunition on recall that was issued causing a squib load. That is very bad. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad, especially if you're a tendency to rapidly shoot.
right.
hmm If you have a tendency of mag dumping, you're gonna be in big ass trouble.
Right, because you can't catch it fast enough. So
I tell you, G23 Chico was talking about, that first round, because it wasn't all that long ago. Less than a year. I remember my first dummy round that I made. You know what I mean? Setting my dies up. No primer, no powder, just seating a bullet and crimping it. I remember like that first one came out, and I was like so excited. I'm like taking pictures and showing people, right? And then like that very first completely charged live round, you know what I mean? I got that saved with my very first dummy round. I got those saved to put away. That's the very first things I ever reloaded. And I whipped up uh just like a one row in a little box, like 10 my very first rounds after I got rid of the crushing them with the crimp and the seed in at the same time. When I fixed all that out, double triple checked everything, fits the gauge checker, everything's great. I took my loads out to my range, drove about 15-20 minutes to get to the range, was all excited, all happy, put it in there and said, here we go. Shot 2 rounds, the very first 2 rounds that I ever shot. And I was so happy. I was so pumped up. I packed everything up and left the range, drove to my gun shop, went in there and talked to them about it for a little bit, and then went back home and sat down. And I was exhausted and worn out from the fun and excitement that I had. And I only fired 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, and so I know Rob bailed because he's like he didn't know a whole lot about the topic, which is fine. We all have to start somewhere. But if you have any, maybe I'm gonna think about reloading, or if it just is in the back of your head, guys, Friday nights, just go in and listen to them on the Georgia Shooting Connection. And like I said, you can ask any question. I have completely thought I was asking the most stupid round, most stupid question about reloading, and none of them said, dude, you're a moron. Get the hell out of here. None of them said that. Jamie and CW Longshot probably spent a good 15-20 minutes explaining to me the exact reason why you gas check a bullet and how to do it properly.
Yeah, those guys are awesome over there. And Chico's part of that Georgia Shooting Connection, man. I can't never say enough good things about that show, man. That's how I learned most everything I learned, and it definitely jump started me, got me further along this path, and I was putting it off for a while. But they guys always talking about the casting, Man, I'm really thinking about getting into the casting because like I said, I never really considered the lead bullets too much. You know what I mean? Just was never on my mind. And then I found out like a good 45 ACP load is a 200 grain semi wad cutter lead bullet, and I got 1,000 of them that I'm getting ready to try to work up a load with my chronograph, but trying to make something real accurate. And if it comes out those lead bullets are doing me good, which they should. It's like the go-to recipe for like 60 years or whatever. But then I'm going full into casting, man. I want my own bullets exactly like that, and I don't care about bought bullets or factory ammo. Once again, if I can get better accuracy out of it, which everybody says that I will, uh, that's a process I'm going to get into. But it's kind of just like getting into reloading at this present day. The casting stuff's out of stock. Stuff that everybody recommends or they use, it's out of stock. So I got to start slowly getting the things that I need for that. But I'm definitely gonna to be into that.
So I'm gonna go off topic real quick because Sam of Anarchy 92 just asked a question out in the crowd. He says, "Sorry to go off topic. Just wondering, have you guys had any experience with the Teos 1911 A1 World War II clone 45 ACP?" I have not had any experience. I have heard nothing good about them. I've heard that there's a lot of problems, and from some people that I would completely respect their opinions on. So I probably would not waste my money on it.
Yeah,
Definitely, you can check it out on YouTube, and don't go with the guys that have 100,000 subscribers or whatever. Look at the guys, like Travis P11, like Clover Tack, like Chico Wise, or even if you want, look at some tiny channels like myself. If you were talking, you want a true, honest review, your guys that are 1,000 or less subscribers have nothing to lose. We're not getting that gun given to us. We're spending that money out of our own damn pockets, and we're going to tell you and we're going to, more likely than not, we're going to tell you the damn truth about how it's going. And yeah, I don't see any great reviews from them.
I'll just chime in on that gun. I don't own a Teos, but the 1911 A1 World War II clone, being a World War II clone really doesn't mean anything if the gun doesn't say Colt on it, or Springfield, or Remington, or something, right? And if it's a true clone and it's made to the specs of those guns, I have a real Colt Army issue gun, and there's no sights on it. I mean, there's sights, but they're the smallest, nubbest little sights and slots you ever seen. So that actual the 1911 A1 model, that's a collector's piece. That's something just to look at. You're not going to have a whole lot of fun at the range unless you like shooting 6 inches high or 6 inches low with it. It's a point and shoot gun. It's not going to be your target pistol. So it's really one just the World War II model is just something to have and collect. And if it doesn't say Colt on it, then it's really not worth collecting. If you're going to just go buy a 1911 right now, whether a bargain brand like Teos or something else, don't get the World War II clone. Get something with some sights on it, something with some nice grips or something like that. But the standard, regular, old-fashioned 1911 sights, you're not going to hit a thing with them.
Yeah, I've got nothing on that. Sorry, Sam. I don't have any advice for that. Though I would like to own a 1911. I've got a few buddies that own some nice ones. So, but yeah, just like G23 said, yeah, just do your research on YouTube. Find some of the smaller channels that's not possibly been given the gun. So you want an honest review on them. But that's what I would suggest.
Thinking about it, you might reach out to Thoughts of an Old Soldier. Reach out to Lee.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he has tested one or owns one. So you might just, go and comment on one of his videos, or he may have his email address in his about section. Reach out to him. He's on Instagram, and he's going to be more than willing to talk with you and give you all the information that he can give you.
Yeah, I'm kind of the gun snob when it comes to the 1911s. I just think let's get to the bottom, the core of it here. You get the 1911, you want the prestige, you want a nice one. So just get a nice one. Don't get a cheaper one. Just get a nice one. There's a reason they cost a little more, because they're a little nicer. So that's just my opinion on it. And I'm a little snobby on it, but that's how it is. I prefer a Colt. I got a nice Smith and Wesson that is supposed to seem nice, and it's really not that nice when you know what to look for. I got the Ruger, which is a good gun. I've done some work to it. Ruger's a fine 1911 for just a basic one, but I'm not even sure. I have 8 or 9 Colts. And then I have a Nighthawk. So I'm just snobby about it. I've never been interested in any of the entry level 1911s. There's things you learn about them and you see, like I was just bringing up about those GI models. You need a 1911, no matter who makes it. You need it with some good sights on it, or you know what I mean. It's just becoming a little toy. Range toy. You're not going to do any serious work with it if you don't have at least some decent sights on it.
So Jason, we have outlasted 3 shows that tried corking us.
Yeah. And 1911 zombie gun giveaway.
Oh yeah, so four live streams that tried corking us. We've outlasted them.
At least Travis P11 apologized for corking.
He pre-apologized.
Or not. Yeah.
He pre-apologized.
Oh, that's all good, guy. Hey, G23, man, I'm gonna jump off here. I appreciate the invite, brother.
Yeah.
Good being on here with you two guys. If y'all ever have any questions, man, you can always reach out. As you guys know, we on YouTube and Instagram. I've got a Instagram up on it, just like my screen name there, Chico Wise. But I also run our Georgia Shooting Connections Instagram, because Jamie's not too tech savvy on that part. So I post up stuff. Sometimes I don't get to check it all the time like I need to, but I think that's gonna change here soon in the winter. Stuff slows down at work a little bit for me.
So probably gonna go ahead. I mean, we've been going 4.5 hours, guys. I think we're gonna probably end up calling this. So you want to give your closing plugs? Plug Georgia Shooting Connection. I think the Reloaders Network.
Yep, Reloaders Network, and another good resource for anybody out there. The Reloading Podcast does a reloading live stream on Tuesday nights. I think it's 8 p.m. That is another group of nice guys that experience, got a lot of great experience on there. So check them out. And that's pretty much it, our Georgia Shooting Connection. I don't have much loaded up in my queue, but I need to get some of my competition videos out on the YouTube, because I've been lacking in that. So I appreciate the link, brothers. Good talking with y'all, UJ and Rob out there who was in here earlier.
Yep. New York Outcast, Rob D. So I definitely want to say thank you, Chico, for jumping on and being willing to discuss this and field any questions that we had. And yeah, Jason Stewart, who came on and helped us. I mean, 4.5 hours he's been here talking reloading. So yeah, I want to thank everybody. DM Foss, who was on, Kingpin, Rob D, the New York Outcast, So you guys all got to see different levels of experience with the reloading. From I don't have any reloading, but I do pay attention and I do ask a hell of a lot of questions. You got like DM Foss and Jason who haven't been doing it that long, and then you've got Chico and Kingpin who's been out there with all the information. So again, you guys can reach out to probably any one of us, and even if we don't know the answer, we're probably going to point you in the direction of somebody who will know that answer. So have a great Saturday evening, and we will see you next week.
Take it easy, guys.
See you, everybody.